Hello again, I'm back, and I'm in another new background because I can't stop making these. You'll just have to deal with that. So, today we're gonna be playing. There. Today we're gonna be playing a horror visual novel that I really like called Sound of Drop Fall into Poison. Now, if you recognize that title at all, it's because I originally found this through Manly Badass Hero, and if you aren't watching Manly Badass Hero, what's wrong with you? He's like the best Let's Player on all of YouTube. Plays a lot of horror games, indie games, stuff like that I really love. And I'm sorry if the model eye blinks off today. I have to wear my glasses to play this game, so it can't read through those. There we go. I've got my breakfast, I've got my tea, I've got my stream set up. I guess I should start playing a game or something. It's not like you guys are here to stare at my beautiful model's face, is it? Okay, so we will go ahead and get started on that once I fix the head tracking. There we go. Okay, so let's get started. There we are. Oh, sorry, it looks like the game capture didn't want to work. There we are. Now, I originally, like I said, found this through Manly Badass Hero, who is honestly one of the few Let's Players I still follow. I used to watch a lot of Let's Plays back in the day, but it was mostly the main channels, you know, Markiplier, Jacksepticeye, that kind of thing. But I kind of got tired of a lot of the things that they were doing, just in general, because they were kind of pivoting more towards just making content for the sake of content. But Manly Badass Heroes kind of just stuck around. I still watch his Let's Plays pretty frequently to find new games because he always finds weird indie games that I would not have found otherwise. And again, sorry if there's any weird background noise. Got breakfast. I woke up later than I planned to today, and so I kind of had to rush getting everything put together. Alright. So, let's dive in and discover the secrets of the aquarium. It's so dark. Before she realized it, the girl was standing before an imposing door. The girl occasionally came to Menton Aquarium alone. She watched the manta rays. She watched the jellyfish. And finally she decided it was time to go home. Where is this? She had her doubts. But there should be nothing else here except for the aquarium. She assured herself that she had probably wandered off onto a side path. Morning pain. The door before her had a large padlock hanging from it. Just as she had heard, it was unlocked, merely dangling there. Gulp. The girl drew in a breath. Being locked would usually mean that it was a place she shouldn't enter. Being open just meant that a staff member had forgotten to lock it, so going in was out of the question. Her curiosity piqued. She was past the point of persuasion. Her imagination ran wild, and her mind raced at the prospect of what might lie beyond the door. Just For a little bit. Ooh, creepy door creak. She opened the door and saw lots of glass tanks. Several types of fish, hailing from the deep seas, from football fish and oarfish to pelican eels and barrel eyes, were swimming about. Why isn't this an exhibit? She thought it over. Why this would be in a closed-off area. Behind her, the door shut on its own. The girl spaced out, staring at the deep-sea fish swimming about. They would leap from the tank and swim in midair. The entirety of the room was fish and their ocean. Though it wasn't a natural occurrence, the girl treated it as quite normal. Wasn't there originally a deep-sea fish booth that was shut down? That can't be good. She suddenly remembered. At that moment, her surroundings were dyed a deep red. The water in the tanks, the fluorescent lights, all of it was red. The girl's vision also became red. When she opened her eyes, the girl was back in her own room. It was well into the night. She couldn't remember how she had gotten home after all of that. But more importantly, she had a bad feeling about something else. I don't know, is it the red pulsing on the screen right now? Is that what you have a bad feeling about? It isn't red here. She became of how hard it was suddenly to breathe. No matter how hard she gasped, she was unable to get oxygen into her body. Like the fish who couldn't breathe anywhere but in the water, she couldn't breathe unless she was inside that red color. She was convinced. On impulse, she threw open the window, leaned out, and thrust a hand outside. She couldn't inhale the wind flooding her room. She could only smell its milky, unpleasant scent. Or, at that moment, the girl's body was tossed into the air. For just a second, her body seemed to float like a fish in the sea. Her room was on the 12th floor of her apartment building. In her fading consciousness, the girl watched her blood flow endlessly from her body. It's red. Only then could she breathe. Now everything would be fine. The girl smiled. The full moon in the night sky smiled too. Oh, that's certainly one way to kick off your game. Drip. Drip. Sound of falling drops. The moon was concealed behind the clouds, and all of the lights in town were covered in water. The sound of it, the only thing left to resonate. She couldn't tell whether it was hot or cold, merely that the humid air was encircling her. Drip. Drip. Wherever they were falling to, wherever they were coming from, the drops just continued to trickle out. That single drop. I stopped it with both hands. The sound of that solitary red drop. This opening kind of reminds me of the Red Room creepypasta. You know, the one where you get an email that says, "Would you like a red room?" and it drives you to off yourself. Gotta have a bite of my bagel. Alright. Alright, at least there's an urban legend that goes like that. Yep, see, Himeno knows what's up. She's definitely read the Red Room. I'm talking about Matt and Aquarium again. That's your new thing, isn't it? While stuffing her lunch into her mouth, Tomogawa Himeno spoke, her eyes sparkling. I had no idea which point in the story got her so excited. That's right! Isn't this the scariest part? That girl jumped to her death, smiling, after coming back from Matt and Aquarium. It's pretty bad. Wow, Himeno, you are, cold. Yet you don't seem the least bit scared, Himeno. That's not true. I've got chills running down my spine. Someone who's got chills running down her spine wouldn't be eating a pastry so cheerfully. Someone who's got chills running down her spine wouldn't be eating pastry. And hey, that's my meatball! During a break in conversation, Himeno stole a side dish from my boxed lunch. This minced meat from growing calves and little piglets. It's the best! Okay, so Himeno's just a little edgelord. I mean, not that I can judge, I was equally that much of an edgelord back in the day. But, that is a line. That is a line. Why do you have to put it like that? Jeez, why do you have to make me lose my appetite? I'll give you the rest of it. Alright, I'll take it. Himeno takes the rest of the meatballs from my lunch with amazing rhythm. The reason that I, Nakanobe Mayumi, lost my appetite wasn't because Himeno's story scared me. Matt and I, Aquarium and I, are connected in a way I'd rather not think about. Of course, Himeno has no idea about that connection. If she knew, she'd never mention Matt and Aquarium around me again. At the same time, I've been afraid that this thing might cause Himeno to stop talking to me. Himeno is pretty much my only friend. Oh god, I have been there of being the weird kid no one wants to be friends with, and your only friend being someone who is significantly worse than you. There. Come on. Why won't it advance the text? There. It isn't that I haven't talked to anyone since entering junior high, it's just that the only person I can actually call a friend is Himeno. Girl, you got problems. Seriously, I think this whole Matt and Aquarium rumor session is getting to be a bit too much. Maybe. There's so many rumors, though. Like there's a man's ghost in the tanks, that the deep sea fish booth is only open on a full moon, that the water changes into blood, or that you can hear crying from behind the tanks. That earlier one goes with this one. Also, no, that's fine. You don't need to say any more. I say firmly, causing Himeno to make a sour face. Soon after, Himeno changes the subject. First to a TV drama that aired the night before, then to some cute fake nails with cats on them she found in a magazine. She then talks about a classmate who is dating a boy from a nearby private school, alighting on one subject before quickly changing to the next. Okay, so she's a yapper. Normally the subject of Met and Aquarium shouldn't have popped up again. Anyways, getting back to what we were talking about earlier. Huh? What exactly are we getting back to? Met and Aquarium. I looked into it, and this Sunday will be a full moon. Huh? That was all I could say. The rest of my words unable to come out. So we should go and see if the rumors are true or not. But I know you aren't interested in stuff like urban legends, Mayu. But next week we'll start preparing for the end of the semester, and I won't be able to hang out with you. Lately we haven't gone anywhere together, have we? If the full moon was next Sunday, I'm sure Himeno wouldn't have said anything. But I suspect because it happens to be this Sunday, and next week happens to be our exam, she's chosen Met and Aquarium. I know that I'm not hiding my confusion or my hesitation very well. Even so, Himeno turns her carefree grin my way. Since it's an aquarium, even if the rumors aren't true, we can still have fun, right? Well, that's true. Usually anywhere I go with Himeno, I have fun. Whether or not we'd have fun was not what I was worried about. By the way, Maya, in the East Building of Mountain Aquarium, they have a Haagen-Dazs. Haagen-Dazs. I'm picturing a Dippin' Dots, but with Haagen-Dazs ice cream. Because I'm pretty sure Dippin' Dots are just when you freeze, like flash freeze ice cream is what happens. Oh man, I haven't had Dippin' Dots in forever. I should get Dippin' Dots. Well, I don't have any money to get Dippin' Dots, but I should get Dippin' Dots. Sometimes you can still find like their store version in stores, but they don't always have the best flavor available, which is rainbow sherbet, and you cannot argue with me otherwise because it is rainbow sherbet, especially when it starts melting. As in the Eden restaurant, they had closed up at one point. But it looks like they're reopening for a limited time. Really? Really? They have the cookies and cream flavor you like too, Mayu. Of course I hesitate. But in the end, that settles it. Then we'll go. As long as we definitely get some cookies and cream. Saying you have no money because you did too much shopping is out of the question. I know. After all, I'm something of a glutton myself. Fine. In the end, we settle on Met and Aquarium, and ice cream for Sunday. Since I already received my reward money for moving on to the next grade, I don't need to worry about my allowance. Still, it's been 5 years. Did you say something, Mayu? Nope. Nothing. I bite my tongue, covering the words that had carelessly spilled out. I'm looking forward to the aquarium. It's probably been about 10 years. I'm looking forward to the cookies and cream. It's probably been about 10 years. That's not true. It's the truth. That's the only thing I'll eat there. Himeno goes, you little, as she playfully stretches my cheeks. The end of lunch chime sounds, and Himeno goes back to her own seat. If it's with Himeno, I'll be fine. That's what I told myself at the time. I'm pretty sure that Progress second poster on the side is actually another visual novel done by the same studio. I haven't played it, but they have most of them listed on Steam. It's like, I really do like playing visual novels, I just don't get a chance to actually sit down and play them very often. But I'm hoping that with doing streams, I might be able to get through some of my backlog, because I've got quite a few I've barely touched that I really wanted to play, and I kind of need an excuse to play. So, maybe at some point I'll play the censored version of Katawa Shoujo. I really love that game, and I still need to finish getting all of the endings. But, let me think, there's a few others that I really want to play. Some of them I definitely can't play on stream. It's like, because I would really love to play Shining Song Star Nova on stream, but that game's got too much 18 plus content in it that I don't feel comfortable doing that on here. But I've got a few more games I've been sitting on. I've got, I want to say, the first half of the Higurashi series. I've got Doki Doki Literature Club, but I've already played and beaten that so many times. But it's still a really good game, especially once you learn about exactly how it was made and all of the little tricks that were made to make it what it is. Anyways, let me finish my bagel and then we will continue. I don't know why the model is not wanting to keep her eyes open. Okay. Shall we continue? Sunday is 3 days after that. The day I promised to go with Himeno to Metten Aquarium has arrived. We are to meet at noon at the Metten Cho station. As is customary for me, I arrive 30 minutes early. Oh, Mayu. You're like me, aren't you? If I'm not 30 minutes early, I will be late. Because that is me. That is me. If I am not psychotically early, I am going to be late. Leaning against a pillar, I do nothing but space out. Tons of people pass before me. Matinee is really crowded on days off. Even so, there aren't really that many families or groups of students. Everyone around me appearing to be adults. Because of that, I quickly begin to feel uneasy. Been there. Within this crowd, I'm alone. Inexplicably, my head begins to hurt. I wonder if Himeno will be here soon. I mutter to myself, then look at my shoes. Deep blue sandal boots that were this year's newest product. When Mom and I had stopped off at a department store on Saturday, she bought them for me after some coaxing on my part. They were far from what you'd call high quality, but they were still a bit pricey on a junior high schooler's allowance. I'm sorry, those boots are hideous. Like, these boots are hideous. Why would you want to wear sandal boots? That's all I'm asking. I kind of hate these. How you been? I've been alright. I ended up waking up at like 3 o'clock this morning, and it was way too early for me to get out of bed. So I decided to fall back asleep, but then I ended up falling back asleep for way too long, and I woke up at like 8:15, and I was originally planning on streaming like starting at like 8:30. So it's like, okay, I'm just gonna push this back till be closer to 9. Change the brown to black and the blue for dark purple, and it may be better. I mean, maybe. Honestly, I think that if you're going to wear open-toed sandal boots like that, they need to not look like boots until you get to the grippers. Because I don't like sandal boots. I think they're ugly. I'm not apologizing. I think the sandal boots are ugly. Anyways. Still a bit pricey on a junior high schooler's allowance. Yeah, honey, I think you got scammed. I'm not usually the type to beg, but I couldn't take my eyes off these boots. My mom bought them with almost no resistance, saying, "You're going out of town, so you need to look your best." I liked both their form and their color, and found them a better fit for the summer season than anything else. Oh, honey, you have no taste. I'm sorry to say. Take my cell phone out and check the time. There's still 15 minutes to go until we're to meet. This is the problem with being the person who is always early, is if everybody else around you is late, they're going to be extra late to you, because you're going to be waiting there for 45 minutes to an hour waiting on the super late people. I have friends that are like that. They are late to everything. It's been ages since I wear something that shows feet. Too much stuff falling down on hangers. Yeah, it's like when I worked at a tool store about, oh good gravy, it would have been about 10 years ago. I worked at a tool store, and I had to start wearing my heavy duty boots, because if I was back in the warehouse, it was a nightmare if you dropped anything, because it would absolutely crush your toes, because there were so many heavy objects just out. Yeah. And it's like, I actually like a lot of steel-toed shoes. It's like, I find that they're actually way better than normal shoes, just because I am paranoid about things falling on my feet. Never mind that I always carry a backpack with a Switch or Steam Deck. I'm enjoying Hades runs. I started playing Hades, but I'm really bad at it. I'm really bad at a lot of video games, as I'm sure you'll come to learn, if depending on how much I play on here. Since Jimena was always 3 minutes later than the time we establish, I've got about another 20 minutes. I finished reading my paper back on the train, so I have nothing to kill time with. And that is why you always bring 2 books. There is nothing I can do about it, so I decided to keep myself from boredom by watching the people passing by. If I don't keep myself distracted, horrible thoughts will revive in my mind. I'm always worrying about what will happen if I'm late, though. You see, that's just it. If you are the one who's late, then it will be everybody waiting on you, instead of you waiting on one person. It had actually been about a month and a half since Jimeno and I had gone out. We always talked at school, but rarely spent time together afterwards. Anyone who saw us probably thought we were opposites. Outings like this aside, I'd often spend my days off at home. When I was in elementary school, our family would go out often, but lately that's been limited to dining out on Saturdays. So, when I'm asked what I do when I stay at home, I usually just say I do nothing. Doing homework and watching TV is stuff that seems pretty common to me. On the other end of the spectrum is Jimeno, who goes out regularly. I often hear stories of when she went to karaoke on weeknights, or about how she traveled out of town on Sundays. She's a member of an active sports club and often wants to hang out with them afterwards. Going out of town on the already limited days we have off tends to make me think, even though it's a day to rest, I don't feel rested at all. In other words, something like this is a difference between Jimeno and I. Without much common ground between us, why we became friends is... Suddenly the light fades from my vision. It wasn't just that it had become dark, but that I had the sensation of being unable to breathe. But rather than sweating it, I get a little mad. Sorry. Hearing my wordless protest, Himeno pulled her hands away. I get playing the Who Am I game while covering someone's eyes, but covering up someone's mouth too was just like Himeno. Yeah, Himeno, you can't just block someone's nose like that. That's not cool. When I puff out my cheeks and object, Himeno just smiles at me. It's because you were just staring into space, Mayu. Oh. Instead of apologizing, Himeno blew on the nape of my neck. Without thinking, I made a weird sound. Embarrassed, I looked around 2 or 3 times, but the pedestrians walking by seemed unperturbed and didn't even look our way. The culprit who had surprised me moves in front of me before I realize it. You're mean, Himeno. But I got to hear something good. Gay. No, you didn't. Moreover, as I say that, I checked the time on my smartphone. It's 3 minutes to noon, our agreed upon meeting time. Who agrees to meet at 3 minutes to something? That's... Unless she was, like, banking on her friend being 3 minutes late, and her friend was like, nah, fuck you. I don't know, maybe that's a thing when you're in a country that actually has public transportation, because where I live, we have the bus, and the bus only goes into the city, because I live in a small town outside of that, and it's 20 minutes away to get most places in the city, and the bus, we have exactly one bus that we can take into the city. I wish we had trains. I wish we had trains so badly. I hate having to drive places. Driving is the worst. It's not time yet. How rare. That's rude. Jeez. I'll make you make a weird noise again. Gay. Hold on, I am definitely about to sneeze. I have sneezed. It is definitely allergy season for me. Well, not for much longer. We're finally getting cold here. Thank you, Pain. Saying that, Himeno opens and closes her fingers in a small, swift grasping motions. At times like this, I know I had better change the subject or get messed with by Himeno again. I'm trying to picture how Himeno's opening her hands, but I'm picturing her doing, like, puppet hands for some reason, even though I know that that's probably not what she's doing. She's probably doing open and closing claws. Oh, by the way, did you buy a new one? You mean my necktie? Yes, I did. I thought I should get one to match my shorts. You and I haven't hung out since around midterms, Maya. If I buy something today, I'll really be out of money. What about the aquarium? You're still set on finding out about the urban legends then, huh? Of course. That's my #1 goal. But as usual, I can't count the things I want to do on just one hand. Hopefully there's an ice storm. Something. Oh, Pain. Pain. They're saying we're possibly going to be due for another ice storm like the one we had back in 2007. Which, the ice storm we had in 2007 knocked out our power for a week. And it knocked it out for even longer in some areas, because the town I was living in at the time buried their power lines. And that town was basically another small town on the other side of the same city I lived near. And the city does not bury their power lines. They had power out in some areas for up to a month. And the town I'm living in now does not bury their power lines, so if we have another 2007 or 2011 level ice storm, we are super screwed. But thankfully we've got our usual storm weather box because we do get a decent amount of bad weather here, so it's always good to be prepared, keep some non-perishables on hand. But they're saying it's going to be a really, really bad winter, which last year we barely had winter at all, so I think we're due for a really nasty winter. Okay, can't count the number of things I want to do on just one hand. Okay, there we are. Okay, I get it. As long as I eat cookies and cream, that is absolute. Girl, get it. You guys don't have a generator? A good generator is going to cost like $1,000 that we do not have. I'm not getting a cheap generator because I used to sell cheap generators at my tool store job, and I know that those do not work. If we want to get a big generator, it's going to be like $800 to $1,000, and we are going to need to actually like get it professionally wired into the house lights and everything. Yeah, of course that's fair. It's like, I'm not joking about how bad the cheap generators are, especially because you also get a lot of people who don't know how to operate a generator trying to operate a generator. It's like, trying to think. When I was at the tool store, when we had the really bad ice storm in, I want to say it was 2014? We had a bad ice storm. It wasn't as bad as the one in 2011, but it was still a pretty bad snowstorm, and the whole town got shut down for a few days. But we literally were answering the phone with, "Thank you for calling such and such hardware store. Yes, we have generators," or "Thank you for calling such and such hardware store. We do not have generators." And we had so many people buy the generators just for the ice storm, use them for 3 days, break them because they didn't read the instructions and they didn't know you were supposed to mix the oil and the gas together, and then try to return them because they said the generator didn't work. Well, we actually had a pretty strict return policy on generators because they were really bulky items and they were really expensive and a pain to send back when they got returned. So when we would walk people through, we'd be like, okay, so you did this and you did that, and if this is a warranted item, I have to call the warranty place, and that's 20 minutes on the phone. So we'd get through all of that, and then it would just be, you didn't buy the warranty. So why did you tell me you bought the warranty? Sorry, I'm still salty about the warranties. I hated selling those warranties because no one would get them because they'd be like, why would I buy a warranty? And then 2 weeks later, they try to return the thing and say, I bought the warranty. No, you did not. I can literally call and speak to the lovely Indian person on the help desk line, and they can look it up and see that no, this item does not have a warranty because we tracked the serial numbers, idiots. Wow, you really just got me going off about serial numbers and warranties like I still work there. Okay, cookies and cream. It's like, I feel like my model's still staggering out, and I can't tell if she actually looks good or not. Like I said, I had to rush this morning. There. I feel like I keep having to reset her tracking. There we go. I haven't forgotten. Anyway, Mayu, aren't your sandals new? Himeno says as she looked at my feet, talking about 3 times as fast as she does in class. Why is this game obsessed with feet? Like, I've played this game a little bit, but I never noticed how much they harp on about Himeno's feet. I mean, I didn't get this game thinking it was like that. Work on Walmart, believe me, customer service. Yeah, the customer service is always the worst part of any retail job. I do not miss any of that. But I may have to get another customer service job at some point just because I need the money. Yeah, nice, aren't they? They're super cute. Himeno, they're trash. how cool. I want a pair too. Nope, then we'll be too similar. These are the only pair of sandals I have for the summer. Mayumi, what's your boggle? Do you not want to twin with somebody? Talking like this, it put me at ease. Unlike myself, who was childish, Himeno knows a lot about fashion and trends. Even here in the mountain, it seems like she blends in. Most importantly, by being with Himeno and constantly chatting, I no longer feel lonely. The gripper's butt. Yeah, the gripper boots. Oh yeah, Himeno, why did you bring such a huge bag? I'm glad you asked. With a hee-hee, Himeno opens the Boston bag she had let sink down from her shoulder. A variety of things come out, such as a flashlight, insect repellent, a simple blanket, a first aid kit, matches, and snacks like chocolate and cookies. What is all this? Himeno, where do you plan on going? Ignoring the twitch developing in my face, Himeno thumps her chest. Geez, to the aquarium. Since we're investigating urban legends, we should at least have some supplies. Okay, yeah, so Himeno is definitely the kind of girl who knows the horror movie rules and follows them. I have finished my tea. It's a good thing I have more tea. I made myself extra tea this morning because I knew I was going to be talking a lot and I wanted to have my throat tea handy. So I've got a whole carafe full of throat tea. And it's still hot. So we'll let that cool for a few minutes before I start drinking that. Rather than an investigation, the equipment she had reminds me more of going camping in the mountains. Snacks and blankets aside, where in a city this size would we need insect repellent or a flashlight? Keep those feelings to myself and just smiled. I let off a breath that is half exasperated, half amused. I don't get sick of being with Himeno. Gay. Man, I wish I could... Well, Payne, you need to drink more water anyways. It sounded like you were pretty sick the last few days. Whether Himeno is aware of my exasperated gaze or not, she starts to take something out, then quickly shoves it back in. She gives me a smile implying some secret. No wait, it's too soon for you to see that. Is it a gun? Yeah, she is prepared for anything. It's like, is it a gun? Is it a taser? Is it a knife? I mean, this isn't Japan, so it's probably not a gun. What were you about to pull out? I'm not telling. Upon saying that, Himeno quickly closes the bag. The way I see it, it is a wonder she fit all the supplies she had out just a moment ago. I wonder where it's all being stored. Hammer space. If you're not aware of what hammer space is, it's a manga concept, an anime concept that doesn't really get used anymore, of being able to pull giant hammers out of nowhere. This means essentially the space where you store the hammer is the hammer space, and no one can see it until you pull out the hammer. I'm quite fond of hammer space. I need to find my hammer space hammer again. It's a bit. Pain. By the way, no club today? I ask with the underlying question of whether or not today is a day off for the club. At my question, Himeno averts her eyes. Nope. Probably no club today. Girl, you are lying. Really? Giving a brief answer, I start walking. Upon hearing her reply, I immediately understand as, she skipped it again. But not wanting to ruin the merry mood, I merely quicken my pace. I'm not in any clubs, but I know it's not good to skip. By the way, I like how the tail moves. Thank you. It's like, model was made in Mannequin character generator. You can get it on Steam. It's still in beta, but they are working on getting a lot of the kinks ironed out for the full release. And hopefully soon they'll have more items and accessories, because I definitely want to add accessories to my model that I can't seem to get working in the rigging software. Because I have them, I just can't get them to function correctly. I don't know why. Speaking honestly, I want her to show up for her club, and she seemed to be respected even by students from other schools. Coming here together like this makes me equally guilty, though. I know that school clubs in Japan are a lot different than school clubs in America. I'm just always confused whenever they talk about them like it's a job. Just because I can't imagine being that invested in a club that you could never skip a single meeting. But I mean, I guess it would be kind of like a sports team then, in that sense of you can't skip practice. Once I get thinking, I don't usually stop, so the conversation shifts to a ramen shop that catches my eye. Oh? Mayu, do you want to get lunch? Huh? You caught that? Feeling as if she has seen right through me, we head into a nearby coffee shop. It is, apparently, famous following its coverage in a magazine for a sandwich that was Ah, crap, I accidentally... Okay, so... overflowing with vegetables. Apparently, I say apparently because on excitedly finding the recipe in the restaurant, Jimeno shared this. Compared to a hamburger shop, this place is a bit intimidating and trendy to me, but since I'm with Jimeno, it doesn't bother me. I'm advancing by hitting spacebar, so if my thumb jitters, it hits it and I accidentally skip a line of text. Shoving the roast chicken sandwich with extra olives that I ordered into my mouth, the unease that I've been feeling disappears. Food always helps. Food makes everything better. In contrast to my fervor, Jimeno eats her avocado and shrimp sandwich in small bites. I don't like avocado, but I do like shrimp, so I'm not sure if I would like that or not. I mean, I guess it depends on if they mixed anything with the avocado. Well then, about our plans for today. Jimeno starts in as soon as we have finished eating. We'll start with the aquarium. No matter what, that's the main thing. So we'll look into the old man's ghost and the closed-off deep-sea fish booth rumors. Closed-off deep-sea fish booth. Closed-off deep-sea fish booth. Closed-off deep-sea fish booth. I will stop tripping over that one eventually. I do find it weird that they're calling it a deep-sea fish booth instead of an exhibit, but that might just be a translation issue. After that, we'll go to the shops and finally have some ice cream. I think it's better to get the cookies and cream first. If you eat 2 times, you'll mess up your stomach and get fat. You won't be able to wear a bathing suit. Wow, Jimeno, rude. Aw, Jimeno, it's no fair for you to put it that way. It isn't fair. Jimeno is in the exercise club, so she will be fine. But for someone like me who doesn't exercise enough, it makes me stop and think. Having said I wanted to go to the pool, it is all the more important. What does an exercise club do? Do you just do, yoga? Or the morning stretches that they have in Japan? I kind of wish we had those over here. That would be really nice. Okay, then we'll stick with my plan. That was a delicious meal. Urged on by Jimeno, I decide to leave the ice cream shop for another time. Talking about silly things together, we leave the station behind. As opposed to the station's excellent cooling system, the city streets have a peculiar humidity and heat to them that envelopes our bodies. Beginning of July. Summer has only just begun, and I can already tell it's going to be a tough one. We weave our way through the crowds until we are 10 minutes away from the station, finally ending up in front of a skyscraper. The Manton East Building. Okay. Restaurant. Does that say Restaurant Area? Is that the name of the restaurant? Or is that just saying area and the translation messed it up? Or maybe it's a pun like, I know the Siri Kuro is supposed to be a pun on Uniqlo, which is a clothing brand. And I'm pretty sure that Ayu Mart is another one that's supposed to be a pun on a Japanese brand. So I guess it would be the same as if it was the Gup and... I'm not sure what Ayu Mart is. I'm assuming it's like a 7-Eleven or something. The building is a symbol for the people of Manton. A combined facility for commerce. What you might call a fashion building in reference to the businesses it contains. Manton is a town known as a place people go for amusement. If you really want to have a good time, they have a movie theater, arcades, and several shops. Though you need to have money. Because of that, young men and women are more numerous than boys and girls. In this town of people older than us, Jimeno scans the panels for each floor without fear, saying, the aquarium is... People are concentrated around the panels. Little help to Jimeno in trying to take up as little space as possible. I leave the search to her and gaze up at the building. I look up and up, but the top of the building is so far I think my neck will snap. That's magnificent. The building was built not long after I was born. It had been finished before I could walk, but the first and only time I came here was in elementary school. The instant I think back on my first visit, my head begins to hurt. That was creepy. No, I have to try not to think about it. Those are things from long ago, things from the past, things that are done. I can do nothing but deal with the pain that feels as if something is pressing against the inside of my skull. I finally hear Jimeno calling me in a loud voice. The elevator's this way, come on! I push away my headache and step through the automatic door. The information at the entrance and the placement of the crane game are exactly the same as that day, giving me a slightly bad feeling. Oh yeah, opening. I have played this game a little bit, so I do know some of the things that happen. But we're just gonna play until I'm done. What's really fun is, I'm not sure if it's the same in Japan as it is in America, but here in America we have a board that certifies if a zoo or aquarium is, good to the animals. And you can actually go online and check and see if like a local zoo or aquarium's listed as being accredited. And I was looking them up it was like a couple months back actually, because there was some it was when that one stingray got pregnant in the tank with no male stingrays, and then they were hyping her up and advertising, oh, it's the virgin birth stingray, but then they stopped talking about it about a month or so later because the stingray died because she wasn't pregnant. She had a disease, and since the aquarium wasn't accredited, they didn't really care, and they were just using her for advertisement. So I was looking up if the local zoo and aquarium by me are on the level, and the zoo is. The aquarium isn't. But I think it's probably easier to get away with it in an aquarium because people don't know nearly as much about fish health, so they can't always tell just by looking if a fish is healthy in the way you can sometimes tell looking at just a regular animal. Never knew that. Oh, you've never been to an aquarium? They are fun, it's just that a lot of them are shady, since it's easier to set one up and not be scrutinized as much as a zoo. From the elevator landing, we need to head for the top floor of the separate Manton East building. The elevator is the type that has a glass window so you can see out. That is the only thing distracting me from my gloom. I get the worst anxiety on those kinds of elevators. I don't even know why. I just always am terrified whenever I'm on one, and I feel like I'm getting dizzy and going to pass out. It was so bad when we went to a convention a few years ago that was in a hotel with the glass elevators on the outside of the building. And we got stuck in one for a couple minutes because the elevators are always a little bit shaky during conventions, and I almost had a panic attack. A crowd of people get on with us, but almost all of them are gone by the time we reach the floor that contains the aquarium. They probably stopped off at apparel or sundry shops. It isn't that we aren't interested, but Jimena recommends, it's crowded now, so let's come back when it's less busy. And that keeps us back, deciding to stick with the plans we made back at the coffee shop. I really dig this music. Stepping onto our floor, the atmosphere immediately switches to a lively one. The sounds of chatter drowned out by the roar of a large fan. The lighting is dim and tinted slightly blue. The windows are also covered, giving the feeling that it has suddenly become night. As this is an aquarium, it makes sense that the concept is based around the ocean. Yes, the pungent smell of salt is a major change. Amazing. It's like we've dived into the deep sea. That's what I thought too. Instead of being targeted at families, lately it seems more like a date spot for adults. Or at least that's what the magazine said, but it's true. Wow, I am just tripping over words today. Even though this is my second time coming here, it feels like the first time. Next to the entrance is the souvenir shop, though it lacks the usual boisterous voices. Appears to be a place that can be reached both from the inside and the outside, but doesn't seem to get many customers. Just as Jimeno had said, the aquarium seems to target adults. In an atmosphere like that, even Jimeno looks nervous. Hey, Mayu? What's up? I forgot to tell you one important thing. Is it that you're gay? Jimeno makes a mysterious face and brings her mouth up to my ear. What? Did you drop your wallet or something? No, that's not it. This is something that I heard that's a bit of an urban legend, but they say the amount of people going missing is on the rise. There's a rumor that this month alone, the number missing is well into the double digits. Huh? We have this conversation in front of the metal rack that holds the map of the aquarium. Aside from the map, there is a guide to the Mountain East building and information about affiliated hotels. During that time, we hear the sound of the elevator opening and closing, but do not see people going into the aquarium. Manson used to be a shopping district, right? That seems to be why, even if there were a lot of runaways, the media wouldn't pay much attention. But supposedly, many of the missing persons had stopped off at Manton Aquarium. That rumor. Where did you hear it from? Who indeed? No one in particular. You know how rumors spread. At Jimeno's words, I feel a cold shiver along my spine. Regardless of how credible the rumor is, a sense of dread shoots through me. Considering my past, it's natural that I would feel connected to missing persons in my age range, especially if they are runaways. If that is the case, it would send chills along the back of my neck. Why on earth? Could have told me before this. Well, I thought if you heard about it, Maya, you might not have wanted to come. Jimeno, you're kind of a bitch. You've only been to a zoo once? But, Payne, I thought the school you went to was real close to the zoo. It's like, I'm surprised you never went to the zoo and up here. Well, I thought if you heard about it, Maya, you might not have wanted to come. Oh, so you forgetting to tell me was a lie then, you little... I had intended to protest firmly, but it still ended rather anticlimactically. Ghosts may exist, and they still may be able to come back, but that doesn't mean I'm interested in visiting places where they are. This is proof that Jimeno has her own strange interests, yet it still makes me feel even more worried. This rumor has a continuation. Specifically, people who saw the deep-sea fish booth never came home. Again, why is it called the deep-sea fish booth? Like, it would make sense to call it an exhibit, but why is it a booth? Well, Payne, if you ever come visit me, I'll take you to the zoo so you can see the animals. We've actually got a pretty decent zoo up here. Jimeno lays those 2 pieces of information that frightened me with a smile. The rumor itself aside, she wanted to pass over the question of why people were able to see the closed-off deep-sea fish booth in the first place, not wanting to discuss it at all. It might be wordplay, it might be. That's the other thing about playing translated games, is you do miss on whenever they do creative wordplay puns. Which actually reminds me of, it's not a game, but the movie Perfect Blue is really good. By the way, you should watch it. I'm not going to spoil anything, but I am going to tell you that the ending changes depending on if you're watching the sub or the dub. And I'm not going to go into detail, just there's a very important thing that gets changed between the sub and the dub that changes everything about the movie. It works both ways, too, which makes it even better. Wait a minute. Jimeno. Something else is tied in beneath that fear. Something about the missing aquarium and the missing persons who didn't come home. That was essentially jump scare. Are you okay, Mayu? I guess I scared you a bit too much. I think the story's pretty exaggerated, so don't worry about it. I heard it's a fun aquarium. I think we should take those stories with a grain of salt, right? Though her kindness is misdirected, it's kindness just the same. Having involuntarily sat down, I take the hand Jimeno extends to me. As I slowly rise to my feet, I respond, "Yeah, you're right." To think that I would hear of a connection to my precious memory in a place like this. It's strange. After 5 years, the memories should have faded. I tell myself this, then let out a small sigh. Jimeno is actually showing concern, so I sit down on a bench in the rest area next to the souvenir shop. Jimeno even brings me a can of cocoa. As I'm drinking it, she buys her tickets. That's another thing I wish we had over here. I wish we had vending machines that sold, like, canned coffee and things like that, because I love canned coffee. We only ever get it when we go to one of the Asian markets in town, but I love the taste of the canned coffees they sell, and I wish we could get them more easily here. Maybe tomorrow I'll go to one of the closer ones, because there's a really small one about 10 minutes away from me, and I've only been there once, but they had a lot of good stuff, so I might go there tomorrow and see if they've got the brand of canned coffee that I really like. If not, the next one, closest one, is 20 minutes away, but I have to take multiple highways to get to it because of the way the city's laid out, but they have just everything you can imagine. They've got all of the coffee flavors. They've got sojun in all of the flavors. They've got these amazing frozen gyozas that I love to get, so I can just eat them like snacks. Is it big Asian market like in a plaza? Probably not. This one is actually new. They just built it, I want to say 2 years ago. Yeah, I think it was like a year and a half, 2 years ago. The one you're probably thinking of is only like 30 minutes away. It's a little further, but it's closer to the campus you were at, I think. And it's in a plaza, and that one's also really good, but the other one's just closer to my house by like 10 minutes, but still. But the other one I really like is a smaller one that I just found recently that is laid out weirdly because they're in a little bitty shopping center, and you wouldn't think they're as big as they are from the outside, but they're still not as big as the other Asian markets in town. Mostly $30. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the one that you're thinking of is the bigger one in town that's further away from me. With her doing all of this, I have to go with her. Are you okay, miss? Stranger danger, stranger danger. The fact that I'm thinking thoughts like this canned cocoa is a little weak is proof that I'm cooling down. As I'm starting to feel better, a male voice calls out to me. While holding my half-finished cocoa, I turn in the direction the voice came from. Rather than the boy's voice I expect, it belongs to an adult, so I respond timidly. I'm okay, so... Oof, no need to be so vigilant. Ugh, I don't like this guy already. I do not like this guy already. Oh, yeah. Payne, you're talking about the, taiyaki ice cream sandwiches where they're fish-shaped? There's actually a taiyaki ice cream place in my town. It's so good. We just went there last night because they're having a Christmas event right now downtown. And we stopped and got little taiyakis, and mine had Oreo filling. It was so tasty. He's wearing a gray knit cap and a brown running shirt. He's tall even for a guy, so I have to look up at him. His build is almost all muscle, and my shoulders shudder a bit in surprise. Mayu, honey, sweetie, if you are in middle school, you are... Hold on, I have to remember. You were like at the most 15, I think. Wait, hold on, I have to do math. Because Japan's elementary school is like... Their high school's 3 years, and their middle school's 3 years, so... If they're in school for roughly the same amount of time, so let's say like age 5 to 18, 17, 16, 15. Yeah, so in middle school, you're like 14, 15 at the oldest. Do not talk to grown-ass men when you are 14. He appears well over the age of 20, so I can't think of a reason he would want to talk to us. Exactly. Mayu knows what's up. Whether he realizes I'm looking up at him or not, he plunks down right next to me. Even after he sits down, we are sitting at the same height. Pretending to fix my posture, I move away from him a little. Girl, run. Are you not feeling well? Okay, we're gonna save. We're gonna, like, actually save this. Because here's the thing about this game, is choices matter in this game. But not every choice has the same weight as every other choice. And you'll see what I mean once we get a little further in and we start having to make hard decisions about this game. But generally, you'll know when you're about to make a difficult decision because the game will let you know. But it's important with every visual novel. If you're wanting to 100% it, you need to save at every decision. Okay. So we can either say we're not fine, we can say we're fine, or we can just be silent. Now, I'm saying we should... Yeah, Payne, we need the pepper spray. I'm saying we should be like, oh, no, I'm fine, and get this guy away from us. So... since this is one of the choices that doesn't matter as much as some of the later ones, we'll go ahead and go with that. I'm fine, really. Thanks to my nerves and my wariness, I end up speaking unnaturally fast. Moreover, if he really is a kind person, I might end up abusing his good intentions. I think you're still making the right call, Mayu. You need to not be talking to this guy. He shouldn't be talking to you. How cold. Exactly. Leave us alone. Ah, it figures. I say again without thinking. Without knowing what he's so happy about, the man's mouth loosens into a grin. You're pretty clever. I give up. But I seriously am worried about you. Your face is pale and all. That may be true, my guy, but do you not realize the world you live in? If a 20-something-year-old man approaches a 14-something-year-old girl, it's going to get taken the wrong way very quickly. These kind words taking me by surprise, I inadvertently avert my eyes. For some reason, I become strangely embarrassed and begin tapping my finger on the can of cocoa. Well, that aside, since you came to have fun, let me show you around. And see, there it is. This is why you don't trust strange men. You never know what they're gonna do. Of course, I mean, I personally am just like stranger danger all the time, but, yeah. He just looks creepy, okay? I just think he looks creepy. And I'm not just saying that because I played this game and I know what happens to him. I'm just saying, in general, if I was playing this, I would be unsettled by a random 20-something approaching my 14, 15-year-old character. We really are just fine. Yeah. The words come out so naturally, they surprise even me. I have now become a complete idiot, and my eyes meet his. Mayu, you need to grow a backbone and learn to tell people no. I work part-time in this building, so I'm familiar with it. This area, that is. And now it just sounds like he's looking for an excuse. Like, it's entirely possible he's not looking for an excuse, but it's also entirely possible he is looking for an excuse, and because of the way the world is, you have to assume the worst. Hey, what are you doing? Himeno! I gasp and look up. Himeno is there carrying 2 tickets and some pamphlets. Himeno to the rescue. With her hands on her hips and her cheeks puffed out, Himeno glares at the man with narrowed eyes. See, Himeno knows. Himeno is a girl's girl. I think the only ones allowed to hit on junior high schoolers would be high schoolers. You know what? I'm going to accept this because that's slightly less bad, but it's still kind of bad. No, I'm not trying to hit on anyone. This girl just looked unwell, that's all. Yeah, nah. You saw. Girl alone looking uncomfortable and we're like, oh, low self-esteem. I can woo her. Mayu, what happened? Okay, and now this is another one where the question's not going to matter as much, but it's still going to matter. So we're going to save again. And after a while, we will start running out of save slots, but by that time, we'll be far enough along that it'll be easy to go back, clear out routes, and get back to the rest of the game. But also, a lot of this is stuff that you're not really going to be able to unlock until you've played through the whole game once. It's part of the 100%ing requirements, which I'm not going to do today. I don't generally 100% games just because it takes a lot of time, and there's usually at least one thing that I can't stand having to do. It's like the reason I haven't 100%ed Stardew Valley despite going through and constantly resetting farms is just because I don't have the patience for the late game stuff. Anyways. So we can say, I think it was what you'd call hitting on someone. Was it hitting on someone? Or be silent. Yeah, Pain, that's basically the good rule of thumb, is don't go too much younger than yourself, just because it gets weird. I'm gonna go with the middle one of was it hitting on someone? Because I think Mayu would be a little confused about it, because I don't think Mayu is the kind of person who gets hit on often. Was it hitting on someone? I turned to the man and tilt my head. Since Himeno has come, I've relaxed a bit and can look him in the eyes. You're asking me that? So that was what you were doing. Himeno says that in an exasperated voice in my place. She says, "You're the worst," and grabs my arm, pulling me to her side. The man rests his elbows on his knees and shrugs. He punctuates the shrug with a sigh. Mayu, let's go, and hey, mister? Himeno mutters, facing the man's chest. On hearing her say mister and giving me a puzzled look, the man shows us the plastic name tag hanging from his neck. I must have forgotten to take this off. Himeno, speaking of which, he did say he works part-time in this building. Then is that his entry card or something? He slaps his knees and rises to his feet. He probably played some kind of sport or something, because the movement as he stands looks so effortless. I'm Hiyoshi Kenji. I work part-time at the shop downstairs. With this entry card, I can get into the Mountain Aquarium at a discount. Is it a company employee discount? Something like that. I'm not exactly a company employee, but I get it at half off anyway, so I come here often. That doesn't sound suspicious at all. Yeah, Payne, it's like, I can't understand people that are like in their 20s, 30s, or older that want to date 18-year-olds. It's just weird, man. Also, it's kind of the, you would definitely go lower if you could get away with it vibe that I get from those kinds of people. It's like, there is absolutely nothing you can have in common, so why are you wanting to be romantically involved with someone who is half your age? It's just weird. But also, Kenji is seriously not helping his case of being creepy, of dodging the question of if he actually works for the company. Really? That's quite unexpected for you, mister. When you'll become older, you'll crave these soothing experiences as well. Creep, 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 creep. And I'm not old enough to be a mister. Yeah, you are, mister. Now he says it. Compared to us, you're definitely old enough to be a mister. Hiyoshi-san grimaces angrily, then sniffs in a self-depreciating manner. God, this guy is creepy. He appears to be a little older than a college student, so calling him old enough to be a mister is probably rude, but Himeno only said the impression he gave was pretty close. With the aquarium as a shared point of interest, Himeno's attitude towards Hiyoshi-san softens. As proof, Himeno talks with Hiyoshi-san about the shops in the building. Girl, he just said he's an employee, but also kind of not an employee. I don't really know a lot about brands, so I sip my remaining cocoa and listen from the outside. My iced cocoa has become lukewarm cocoa. I mean, my question is like iced cocoa, because I was picturing like a hot cocoa, because you can get hot canned coffee and hot canned drinks. Unless I guess it's like an iced coffee type drink. Well, mister, are you also well versed in urban legends? Himeno, don't talk to this guy like that. On hearing Himeno's question, my head pops up in surprise. The corners of Hiyoshi-san's mouth lift into a grin. That's rather unexpected for you as well. So you're interested in such things? Of course I am. You're only young once, so you have to satisfy your curiosity. We're looking into the closed-down deep-sea fish booth. There's a rumor that it's open on the day of the full moon. Do you know anything about it? Hiyoshi-san places his hand on his chin and looks down, grunting loudly. He glances at me, looks over at the entrance, then finally turns to Himeno and opens his mouth. I think you need to give up on that one thing. Naturally, since I'm a regular here, I often hear rumors like there are spirits floating in the tanks, or every time a person dies, the jellyfish tank increases by 1, and so on. Himeno-chan. Don't chan her, you just met her. Himeno-chan, the story you mentioned shouldn't be anything more than one of those rumors, but... Stop dancing around it, just tell me. Previously, I knew someone who went looking into this just as you girls are doing now, Himeno-chan. He went missing soon after. Missing? Without thinking about it, I joined their conversation. If someone has gone missing here at Mountain Aquarium, it holds a significance for me as well. Is that for real? I keep wanting to do Himeno with like a Valley Girl accent, like... In my head, she sounds like Jekka from Class of '09, but I can't really do voices that well. Is that for real? It's like I can kind of do it. I glance back in surprise. Himeno is still looking at him with doubt in her eyes. Hiyoshi-san listens to what Himeno said with a playful smile. Responds, "Just kidding. It's a lie." I wonder if it is a lie. Because of the words he muttered, my curiosity has been piqued. I couldn't imagine the tense face he made as he told the story of an acquaintance who went missing being faked. That's right. But if that's the case, then this really might interest you, Mayu. I've thought from the beginning that it would be better to just give up. No way. I already bought the tickets anyway. Himeno's face shows that she's enjoying herself to the end. And she takes my arm to gently pull me closer to her. This was the signal that she was ready to go, and in my mind I prayed that nothing would happen. Well then, wanna walk around with me? Dude, leave. Hiyoshi-san calls out to Himeno, who has said, later, but it's me, rather than Himeno, who hears him and spins around first, so I make eye contact with Hiyoshi-san and say, no way, I think we'll pass, or that's fine. And saving again. Again, these ones aren't going to determine as much. Well, this one is going to determine a little bit. But these early questions don't change as much about the ending as some of the later ones do. Which you will understand what I mean once we get to a question with choices that matter. I think if it's Himeno's... Yeah. If Himeno was answering, she would at this point probably let him go with... But Mayu... I'm gonna say I think we'll pass. Mostly just because I don't like him. I do not like Kiyoshi. I think we'll pass. It's fine, don't worry about it. I have the day off anyways. Besides, I think you'd be better off having someone as knowledgeable about this place as I am. Dude, you just want to hang out with middle schoolers? It's creepy and weird. Mister, that's not a good look. Mayu said she's got no interest in you. Meno's late response seemed to pierce right through Hiyoshi-san. Meno, it's not that I'm not interested, but it's not that I am either. Mayu, don't say any more than you already have. A bitter grin spreading across his face, Hiyoshi-san waves to us. I probably would have been more likely to believe his good intentions if A, I didn't know some things about this game already, and B, if it wasn't super common for grown-ass men to actually hit on 14-year-old girls. And I know that in a lot of Asian countries it gets even worse over there because of a lot of like deeply ingrained sexism, but since I'm not from there, I'm not really going to speak on that. But, I mean, the 4B movement wouldn't exist without a reason. That's all I'm saying. Without looking back, we head for the gate to Mountain Aquarium. The aquarium entrance is so dark that we can't see in front of us until we are inside. I can feel the cold air on my skin. I get a sensation of something heavy, causing me to rub my arm. Naturally, there is no mark that something has touched me, and called back by Jimena's, "Hey, let's go." I pass my ticket through the machine. And now we are in the aquarium. Meh. It figures that if the whole "you come on the day of a full moon, all the water will change into blood" thing is a lie. The water's normal. Of course it is, jeez. Right away, Jimeno says so regretfully. Even so, she's still unable to hold back her excitement at having come to the aquarium, and her steps are fittingly light. As we come out of the gate, there are several small tanks nearby. Mountain Aquarium's first and most celebrated exhibit is the one displaying fish native to Tokyo Bay. There are 4 tanks in this corner, from left to right, each one showing the environments of the river flowing into Tokyo Bay. Brackish water, shoals, and open water come one right after the other. Jimeno giggles as rockfish, porgy, and other fish we recognize from the supermarket are also there. Isn't rockfish really toxic? Or is it just a specific kind of rockfish? This booth also showcases environmental problems in order to prompt consciousness of the issue, causing a tightening in my chest. Water pollution is a serious problem. Tomorrow I think I'll try asking Mom to use a little less detergent. Suddenly, it gotten like this. I think she means to say suddenly it has gotten like this. Jimeno's reaction is the polar opposite of mine. Even as I'm reading the panels, she's uninterested in the display. Just like that, I read every last panel. Jimeno has long stopped watching me, crossing her arms and puffing out her cheeks. Thanks for waiting, Jimeno. Jeez, you're too serious, Mayu. If you act like that the whole time, the day will be over. Or they'll close. It'll be fine. This area isn't that big. It's not like I'm going to read everything. As soon as she hears what I said, an expression of dissatisfaction appears on Jimeno's face. Well, let's head to the next area. Next is the tunnel tank. There might be ghosts. Or maybe that'll be with the human-like fish. Jeez, come on already. Even saying something like that, upon entering the aquarium I had begun to enjoy myself. Upon cheerfully calling out to Jimeno, my previous unease has disappeared, leaving me ready to move forward with a light step. Amazing. Really amazing and pretty. With no door to partition this booth and the next, passing beside this tank took us to the next one, where the larger breeds of fish swim about. Let's see. I think that's supposed to be a shark and some manta rays, but that shark looks a little bit weird. It's like they tried to draw a great white and a nurse shark and a whale shark at the same time, which kind of works if you're just wanting to look generic as possible. This is no ordinary tank, but rather a giant tube-like tunnel, with the left and right sides connected above our head in an arc. As we walk through the tunnel, we're able to watch the fish moving about in 3 dimensions. We bring our faces as close as we can to the glass, giving the illusion that we're in the ocean. Just watching the mantas, the rays, the various types of sharks, and the sea turtles can be intoxicating for us humans. I'm a little concerned that they've got manta rays, sharks, and sea turtles all in the same tank, but maybe that's just me. When I was a child, I thought the ceiling might crack, but now I pass that feeling up, leaving only the throbbing of my heart. The water is a giant bundle of blue, various colors within it shooting every which way. Being able to see how big they are up close, separated by mere centimeters of glass, is so impressive. It gives me the greatest realization of our shared existence. Here, Himeno's pace slows, and she takes her steps one by one. Hey, Mayu, look at those huge fangs! Himeno, that fish is cute too. Wah! The stingray's face is creepy. Really? I think it's cute. Ah, Manta, it's huge! That little one over there looks yummy. Talking as the words come to us, our conversation seems out of sync. Our feelings of being touched, however, are the same, and Himeno's enjoyment is obvious. Gay. Being surrounded by the water and the fish as we are, we feel as though we are freed from any sense of time. Mayu, doesn't this Ray's face look human? Maybe so. It does! The mystery of the human-faced fish is solved. I know that there's like a lot of human-faced fish stories. It's like, I wonder where they originated from. Is it like an old folk tale, or was it something else? Because I know in America, our like main creepy fish story is Shadow over Innsmouth, which, if you haven't read, is a Lovecraft story of a guy who goes to a small town and there are fish people. That's all I'm gonna say, because the fish people are creepy, and there's a lot that happens. Naturally, well, if you're okay with it, then so am I. Thus we learned the true nature of one of the urban legends. I was fine either way, but for Himeno, this way is probably best. Though, from Himeno's enthusiastic stance, even as she watches the fish, she probably realizes just how implausible it all is. Rather than get tired of it, though, I'm having fun. We move leisurely through the tunnel, coming to a stop at the center. Up to this point, only the big things have caught our eyes, but on closer inspection of the tank, there's also sand piled up to our knees with shrimp, shellfish, small fish, and other such creatures dwelling there. Compared to the manta rays, the small shrimp, which can't even be considered child size, seem so cute and innocent as they swim about, breaking through the sand. Hey, look, Himeno. Ah! It's tiny! As I expected, Himeno has followed the human-faced ray, and on seeing my fingertip, speaks in a playful tone. Upon sensing the tremors from Himeno poking the glass, the ray kicks at the sand and flees deeper into the tank. Man, it's gone now. As I say this to Himeno, I smile at a small shrimp. Himeno does the same, smiling widely. Before long, the two of us are looking up at the ceiling, toying with the question of just how high it is. Even looking up, we can only see the fish swimming, never the ceiling itself. Yeah, the aquarium in my town has one of the walk-through shark tanks, and when you're standing in it, depending on where the sharks are swimming, sometimes it looks like they're about to swim out of the glass. It's a really neat effect that you get from the water and the glass refracting light. I've also been to an aquarium that had one with a motorized walkway through their tank, and it was really cool. I was also about 20 minutes deep into an edible, and it had just kicked in when I was going through there, so it was kind of awesome, especially because there was a guy singing White Woman Instagram at the time. In a fursuit. This was at a convention. Looking up from the bottom of the sea, one would normally see the rays of sun piercing the water, but looking up here was the opposite, with the bottom of the sea seeming to continue forever. It could have been the reflection of the light, Or the ceiling really might have been too high. As I realize I can't be sure, my eyes settle on a small but characteristically long-nosed shark swimming past. Sharks. Sharks? That's a ray, isn't it? You just saw it from behind earlier. As soon as I mutter that, Himeno responds. It's true that, although I'm interested in this type, Himeno has fixated on the human-faced ray. Oh, we've got red. Huh? What's up? Himeno asks, but I falter. This conversation gives me a sense of what you might call déjà vu. How strange. I felt as if I've had this conversation before. At that moment, my vision is dyed ultramarine. Hello, friend. Huh? It was no longer Himeno in front of me, but someone else that had caught my attention. This can't be real? Hey, Mayu? The ultramarine color unchanged. Within it, a face like mine passes before me. A face like mine from 5 years ago. Wearing an ultramarine overcoat that merges with the color of my vision. The girl turns to me and seems to be giving me a gentle smile. Mayu, wait! Mari. Without hearing Himeno calling me back, I start running. We haven't finished looking at everything in the tube tunnel tank, but there's something more important right in front of me. Long hair that looks almost transparent. A thick blue coat. Cute boots with fur on them. There was no way I could forget that outfit. That was because it was the outfit my little sister, Nakanobe Mari, wore when she went missing here 5 years ago. And now we have an answer as to who that girl in the jump scares is. The girl quickens her pace, as if playing with me, and disappears, out the other side of the tunnel. There are hardly any people here, but I lose sight of her between the shadows of the tank in the corner. Mari, how? Why? Hey, Mayu, wait! Breathing heavily, Himeko chases after me. I say sorry, and break away from her, searching for the vision of Mari. As I come out of the tunnel, I survey the area, spotting a winter skirt nearby. I chase after that swaying form. Behind me, I can hear the intensity of Himeno's rushing steps and quicken my pace. Kia! Having fallen into a trance, I realize what's going on when I slam into someone and fall on my backside. I never know how to say this one, but the tongue click. The girl clicks her tongue as she picks up what she had dropped. As I start to say excuse me to her, she's already moving past me and running off somewhere. Because of that brief incident, I'm unable to find my way out of my confusion. Anyway, Mari. I feel bad about the person I'd run into, causing me to feel flustered. In that exchange, I lose sight of both that long hair and that long skirt. But you were going this way, right? I'm not sure myself where I'm running to, but I think you can say I'm definitely running with all my heart. I pass between more tanks than I can remember, but I don't pay them one bit of attention. I just continue following Mari's back, running. Mari is just as bashful as she was the day she disappeared. Mayu, get a hold of yourself. Those few words end my chase. To be more accurate, it was ended by Himeno herself, who had grabbed my wrist. Huh? You suddenly took off and you wouldn't turn around no matter how many times I called you. Even when you dropped something, you had no idea. What happened all of a sudden? Wait, Himeno, if I can go after Mari, I'll explain everything, so... Hold it! I looked back at Himeno upon hearing her extremely hurt voice. See tears forming in Himeno's eyes and turned my whole body to face her. I stand in silence like this for several seconds. If I tell Himeno about Mari, I'm sure she will regret bringing me to Menton Aquarium. When she followed me, she had to have seen Mari. It's naturally that she would have some misgivings about me chasing some total stranger since she doesn't know Mari. Even so, I'm not sure what to say. If I apologize now and play dumb, we can probably go back to playfully searching the aquarium for information? But that is not something I can do. It isn't the similarities that are the problem. Mari is here, and just as she had been on that day, there is no way I can go home without taking her with me. Mayu, tell me what's going on. Who is Mari? Why do you keep running off without saying anything? Tears are pouring out of Himeno's eyes. I can't understand why she's so sad. But still, my little sister. My little sister, she was here. Little sister? See, the girl I was chasing, she's my little sister. Mari disappeared 5 years ago at this aquarium. Looking at Himeno's tear-stained face, I no longer feel like hiding anything. Perhaps in the depths of my consciousness, I'm hoping Himeno will become satisfied and say she wants to look for Mari with me. I'll explain in more detail later. On top of that, when I look back once more, Himeno squeezes my hand and holds me back, but this is the gentlest but the strongest that she's held my hand. Himeno stares into my eyes, then tilts her head to the side. What do you mean? You were chasing someone? I told you, the little girl that was in front of me, wearing the ultramarine coat and the boots, remember? That was Mari, exactly how she looked long ago. Mayu, snap out of it! Himeno shouts. It isn't simply a loud voice, but one weighed down with great sadness. It definitely gets through to me, but that doesn't mean it will stop me. Because without a doubt, I was right. Mari had been right before my eyes, so I had to chase. Let's just say that even if this Mari girl is here, she would have grown in 5 years, and her clothes wouldn't be the same. Moreover, it's summer, so she wouldn't be wearing a coat. She was here. I saw her. No, Mayu, no. Mayu, you weren't chasing anyone. You just took off running, leaving me behind, okay? Could you just calm down for a bit? Our tickets will get us back in, so how about some cocoa in the rest area? I think you're tired since you were a little shaky earlier. Himeno seems pretty frantic, so I know she isn't lying just to persuade me. But there is no way that my saying Mari there was a lie. That's why I start to speak without really knowing what I want to say. Himeno. Mayu. Okay? Wiping away her tears, Himeno smiles at me. Surely she has plenty of strong feelings about this whole thing. I'm sure she has loads to say about me keeping the Mari thing and my reason for resisting visiting Menton Aquarium quiet. Even so, it seems as though Himeno has accepted me. She just smiles and lets it go. That's probably right. Surely if we're by the entrance, we'll know if Mari comes out. Mayu, that's good. That's right, that's more like you. Let's go have some cocoa and you can tell me everything. As she smiles, Himeno once again takes my hand into her soft palm. Oh, that's right, you dropped this. You gotta be more careful. With the hand that isn't holding my own, she hands me something small. It's a keychain. The blue droplet shape is inlaid with stardust and also holds a starfish charm. It isn't exactly rare, being a giveaway item. But why did Himeno have it? Only questions arise in my mind. Why, when that keychain was... On thinking about it, I instinctively shake off Himeno's hand. Hey, what are you doing? After I picked it up for you and all? Himeno's voice is like an arrow piercing through me. The pain in my chest is nothing more than discomfort. What is Himeno saying? That isn't mine, so I can't possibly have dropped it. And now I can't look at Himeno's face. Liar. Huh? Liar? That's not mine. It isn't something I dropped. It was Mari's. Mari dropped it. That can't be. I'm not lying. Really, there was no Mari-chan, so she couldn't have dropped the keychain. Himeno was becoming gruff as she continued. Really, isn't it you who's lying? No one else is here. That's enough. Himeno, you dummy. Saying only that, I turn my back on Himeno. When I glance back, Himeno's shocked expression is getting further away. She was there. Mari had definitely been there. Because the keychain Himeno had, it belonged to Mari. There was no way I could forget it. It was just before Mari went missing. So we've got our mystery. Oh, and now it's time for a flashback. For the two of you, just this once. Upon saying that, Mom handed us each 100 yen coins. So that's basically just your mom giving you 4 quarters. Today was a cold winter day. At the Mountain Aquarium souvenir area, the smell of construction lingered faintly in the air. There were manta and penguin stuffed animals, stationery with the logo on it, and various souvenirs. At the entrance to that souvenir stand, there were the gacha machines containing that keychain. Yeah, this is basically just the same as begging your mom for 4 quarters so you can get a gumball. I don't remember all the various types, but star sand was packed in the plastic drops, and the charms were all modeled after fish at the aquarium. It was fairly typical for a gacha, but at that time it seemed very enticing to me. I really like gacha machines and gumball machines. They're really fun. And when I was a kid, I used to get the little toys all the time from the one in the grocery store. It was the same for Mari, and we gazed into the gacha machine. I think you can just call it a gacha machine. Mari was the one who would usually beg our parents at this point, but neither of us had bought a souvenir, and both of us said we wanted the keychains. Since Mom couldn't be completely broken, she emphasized the one-time only bit. Mari, yay! Mari held out both hands with glee while I probably just smiled. I remembered that inside I was just as happy. As to which of us went first, it was, of course, more assertive Mari. She was always like this, a cheerful and inquisitive child. How cute! Mr. Star. Mari got a starfish charm keychain. At this point, Mari still didn't know the difference between a starfish and a star. I was next to get one. It was a pink drop with a jellyfish charm. I kind of want these keychains. They're really cute. Ah, a jellyfish. Ah, that's the one I wanted most. Mari pointed the index finger of her tiny hand, exclaiming in a loud voice. Mari was just learning how to use first person when she mentioned herself. Instead of a normal I or me, she said it slowly. Hey, big sister, trade me... No way, I want this one. Ooh. Naturally, as I'd already fallen in love with that design, I obstinately turned her down. Upon begging my mother for one more time, my mother, who had warned us earlier, held her purse strings tight, leaving Mari to sulk. Fine, stupid big sister. Without listening to my mother's admonishments, she ran off. Sulking after being called stupid, I naturally didn't chase her right away. My mother, being optimistic about the aquarium's small size, also waited a while to go looking for Mari. And now all I'm left with are my regrets. If only I'd gone after her sooner. If only I'd traded keychains in the first place. Even so, the past is unchanging, and I am left only with my regrets to bear. So, in case I could ever trade with Mari again, I've stubbornly carried around that keychain, the one with a pink droplet shape and the jellyfish charm, like a treasure. I rummaged through my bag, seeking to feel the keychain in my hand. Huh? Why? At a time like this, I had forgotten to bring it. The keychain wasn't in the bag, nor in my pockets. Huh. A sigh naturally slipped out of my body. After all, I've lost sight of Mari, and strayed from Himeno. Himeno has the building map, so there's nothing I can do. Huh? At that moment, a pungent aroma floats by and causes me to speak in surprise. Unable to bear the irritating stench, I pinch my nose. Still, the stench seems to twist in my nose. It's made of the smell of sewage, sulfur, and the nauseating stink of vinegar. I'm trying to picture what that would smell like. That would be terrible. Squish. As soon as I try to get away from the smell, something soft creeps along the bottom of my foot. As I hesitantly look down, I realize the true identity of the putrid odor. Yeah, it's about to get dark. It's a corpse. I'm not sure what type, but it's as big as my arm span. The body is slowly decaying and hasn't retained its original form, yet by its bulging brows, eyes, and slightly extended tail fin, I can just barely tell it was a fish. I couldn't tell right away, but it has a silhouette similar to a pirarucu. I feel like if you step on a dead fish in the middle of the aquarium after having an emotional moment and panicking, your first instinct isn't going to be immediately identify the fish. It's going to be scream. Or maybe that's just me. I feel like I've seen those eerie, glaring eyes, characteristic of a freshwater fish. I feel sick. I move my foot slowly, and a small fragment of the corpse sticks to the bottom of my shoe, on the underside of which I notice something wriggling desperately. A slight sound of flapping wings departs from beside my ear, and I understand that the wriggling thing is an insect. Ah! Shaking chills run up my spine, as if someone had pressed ice to it. I take a step back and drop my cell phone. The phone reacts with the backlight and LCD screen coming on, illuminating the dead body. The syrupy dead body absorbs the light, and the winged insects that flees to avoid it. There's also a meandering white nematode that seems not to notice. The backlight soon disappears, leaving its stench amidst the darkness. The shadows of those hideous insects are scorched into my retinas, and they sway like the light off a heat haze in the darkness. Something was creeping up from the pit of my stomach, and you'll notice up top it had a quick save. So that means we are about to have a time. So I'm going to also make a proper save. Let's see. And according to this map, we are in the Fish of the World booth.
Now, do I endure it or do I take it? Do I endure it or do I take it? I'm going to say, in this instant, if she wasn't going to be able to take it, she would have vomited already. So we're going to say, I'll endure it. I immediately shut my mouth, enduring what had come up. The intermingled acid taste of vomit that had come up and the scent of stomach acid lingering in my nostrils mixed with saliva and caused my eyes to water in pain. Why was it so painful? I can't figure out the answer to my doubts, not at all. I cover my eyes with both hands. I couldn't have made it if I didn't. But shutting up my vision leaves my sense of smell, causing the smell of rotten water and the stench of the dead body to become more intense, so I uncover my eyes. No. What is this? This is a place for customers. Is it really all right for this to be here? On top of that, I was in the middle of chasing Mari, wasn't I? No, that isn't the problem. It's strange enough that there is a place like this in the middle of an aquarium. Anyway, I have to get out of here. The stench is so overpowering, it's as if I can see it. I want to get out of here quickly, satisfying myself with the argument that it's a garbage dump or something, and that if I only get away, I'll be fine. At any rate, I can go back the way I came. No, that's no good. I might run into Himeno, and at this moment I don't want to see her face. My eyes have adjusted a bit to the darkness. I search for a way out. Here the tanks are broken, the little remaining water's stinking, and the bodies of living things have tumbled out here and there. I think about how happy I am that I can't see. Even so, I'll find the exit. I'll have to look around. My nose has begun to go numb, and thanks to that I'm somehow able to retain my sanity. Before long, I find a dim emergency light behind one of the tanks and head towards it as if it were the last hope I could cling to. I feel squishing several times beneath my feet, but I try to ignore it and move on. As I'm moving towards the emergency light, it seems the smell is becoming faint. I get used to the scattered shards of glass and the rotten fish corpses just before I reach the door. The tip of my shoe feels as if it kicked something hard. Something different from before. Wondering what I had kicked, I casually look down. No. I get the sensation that all the blood has stopped flowing through me and that my heart has stopped completely. The round thing I kicked has patches of hair, 2 eyes, a nose with a bone to it, and a mouth. Altogether, it is a human face. And we are in the spookies. Speaking accurately, it's a head rather than a face. It's completely lifeless and rolls away with a flopping sound when my foot touches it. Seeing the state the head is in, I begin to feel ill again, despite having finally calmed down from before. The white cranium, only the forehead area seems to be exposed. Seems as if this is new and has only just begun to decay. No. For starters, there is no way a human head should be rolling around here. It's my imagination, or it has to be from some model. I haven't yet looked in the direction it was rolling. Convincing myself that it isn't a human head, it really is different, so there was no satisfying myself. I place my hands on the door in an attempt to escape. Unable to control my shaking hands, it takes 3 tries before I can open the door. a heavy fire door that is usually open. Where are we going now? Okay, I'm going to take 5 minutes, so we're going to open up the menu here. I'm going to take 5 minutes, and then we are going to be right back, and we will finish up through today's stream. I'm not sure how far I'm going to get. I probably won't be able to beat the whole game, or I'll at least try to beat one route if possible, and I'll definitely try to get as many of the bad endings as I can so you can see some of the really messed up ones. But if you'll just give me a few minutes, I will be right back after I get some water and run to the restroom. Alright, we are back with Sound of Drop Fall into Poison. So, let me get that turned back on so you can see. Okay, so now we are in the jellyfish booth area. Again, I think this might be a translation issue of calling it a booth instead of an exhibit. Okay, are you ready? Sweet. Ocean is the Milky Way for jellyfish. The gently drifting jellyfish have an amazing adaptability to their environment. They have existed for about 1 billion years on Earth. Regardless of water quality, the jellyfish will float about wherever they end up. The moon floating in the ocean holds both beauty and mystery. That is very artistic. Okay, back to the game. I step inside with my thoughts racing, and the atmosphere changes completely once more. I can hear the sound of the door closing behind me. Inside is a very clean place. The transparent water is tinted a faint blue, and inside float fantasy-like jellyfish. Countless pillar-shaped tanks are spread around, and the water shimmers as it reflects the light of the fluorescent lamp. Red and yellow, green and purple, the jellyfish's bodies diffusing light like a prism. In spite of the strange space I have reached, I'm fascinated by the shimmering live art display. Himeno. I just realized that earlier the game said Himeko instead of Himeno. I mutter without thinking. Then I quickly shake my head, erasing the image of Himeno's face that appeared in my mind. Earlier she didn't come after me. After all, Himeno chose on her own to part ways from me. I'm sure it's because she dislikes me now. It isn't something I should worry about. Even at a quick glance, I can see that there are various types of jellyfish in the tank. Having made efficient use of the small space, it's a charming area. It vividly expresses the starry sky, as is fitting of the name Manton Aquarium. I'm not sure what Manton means. I'll need to look that up later. Compared to the earlier Fish of the World booth, this one isn't the least bit in decay. I wonder if Mari came this way. Okay, this is what I was talking about. You will know when this game is about to give you a choices matter choice, because the decisions will be red. Blue decisions don't have as much bearing. Like, they'll have some bearing on what you do, but not as much as the red ones. The red ones will be if you choose wrong, you will die. So we can either go forward or go back. Now, I already know what happens here. This is part of the part that I've already played. So let's see what happens when we decide to go back. I feel worried about Himeno all of a sudden. I'll go back. Upon thinking whether or not it's alright for me to just enjoy something so pretty, I reach for the door behind me. Even though we thought, Himeno and I are friends, sharing such a lovely memory will surely help us make up quickly. I step forward, and it is at that moment. Huh? When I open the door and step through, there is no Fish of the World booth. Before I can even rationalize the scene before me, I'm pulled in by some sort of swell. Trying to figure out what's wrong, I realize I am having trouble getting air. I really want air, so I pause for breath. My mouth fills with a fishy stench. Brine. Seawater. I know from the salty taste I've swallowed seawater. The reason I can't breathe is because all around me is ocean water. I understand that I am in the ocean, devoid of light. No light and no sound, in the darkness. Wondering why, I move my limbs. At this rate, I will drown. It hasn't been more than a minute since I got pulled under the sea. How many seconds have passed at this point? No, that isn't it. I have to get above water. However, up to this point, there's been no light overhead, and I'm forced into an inevitable battle with my despair. I frantically endure my suffocation, swimming higher and higher. Suddenly being thrown into the water hasn't thrown off my sense of being up or down, and as the desire to live serves as an instinct to guide me upward. I still can't see, but I'm alright. Just like that, I seem to have answered my own question. I can feel the clothes I'm wearing become heavy. However, if I have time to shed my clothes, then I have time to continue upward. My thinking is that alone. I've heard there is high pressure in the deep part of the ocean that crushes any living thing, but my body is completely fine. That means where I am at the moment shouldn't be that deep. If I swim hard enough, I should make it. I just have to hit the surface and take a deep breath. How many seconds have passed at this point? I have no sense of time whatsoever in this darkness. Even so, I know that some time has passed since I was thrown into the ocean. A minute probably passed a while ago. Here, my consciousness has begun to fade. Immediately after I see the darkness of death, a small light illuminates the tip of my nose. Because I have been swimming so frantically, I haven't noticed, but it seems as though I have gone up quite a ways. It will be all right. The surface is close. I reach out my hand. I reach out towards that light. That is all I can do. That's because my legs won't move. No matter how frantically I try to move them, my legs won't even quiver. It feels as if something has ensnared them. It has the elasticity of a bottomless trampoline. From the tips of my toes to my rear end, that soft sensation wraps tightly around me. I want to think this is a lie. No. I have actually decided I will not believe it. That a giant octopus has wrapped itself around my legs. Its gum-like suckers are the size of the palm of my hand. I can't even imagine how large its entire body is. The light is getting further away. My eyes have already closed. For some reason, Himeno's smiling face floats before me, though it should be her angry face that I see last. Just like that, I'm in darkness. As much as it has tightened up, my legs have lost all feeling. No wonder. My legs are no longer what they once were. With the depletion of my oxygen supply, my brain has already changed into a machine for merely processing my situation. Within the darkness, it dispassionately communicates my non-existent will to my four limbs, which have lost all sensation. It won't be long before the only thing I can sense is darkness. That's because I have already become part of that darkness. Into the silent abyss. And that is one of the bad endings. So I'm sure you can see there's a lot that's fishy at Menton Aquarium. So we're going to go back to that and we are going to choose the alternate. So, that's what happens when you try to go back to Himeno, so now we'll go forwards. Going back is dangerous. I can't do anything by stopping here. I have to press on. And so I start towards the starry sky. I gaze in fascination to the right and left of me. If certain circumstances weren't what they are, I would have stopped and stared into each and every tank. The tanks lined up all together are beautiful enough, but each one is vivid, like the night sky inlaid with jewels. Altogether, there are 7 tanks. Each one holds a different type of jellyfish. Some with poison, some without. Categorized by aspects such as where they live. They really are beautiful. I stop and stand in the very center between the 3rd and 4th tanks. I wonder if the last time we came, these tanks were here. Nakanobe Mari, my little sister. I lean my back against one of the tanks and sit down. Whenever Mari's face appears in my mind, I lose all of my strength. If anyone saw me, I'd be embarrassed, but here and now in Mountain Aquarium, there is no one around. I heave a sigh and look up at the ceiling. For some reason, a large fan is revolving there. My memories of last time we visited Mountain Aquarium aren't all bad. It was the first time in a long time all 4 of us had gone out as a family. Mari and I got along really well, and we always held hands as we walked. We would do things like play house or read picture books aloud. Mari was a bit more of a tomboy than I, so even though I was the older sister, she was the one who gave the orders. Since it was the first time the 2 of us sisters went to the aquarium, it was natural for us to be very excited. Just as one would expect, the first time Mari and I laid eyes on the creatures of the sea, we experienced fear, awe, and the sense of being deeply moved. The creatures we saw at that time have stayed with me as vivid memories. Happy memories. I still have plenty of them. But on such a special day of all days, Mari and I ended up fighting. The rest proceeded just as I remember. Since then, my parents buy me anything I want. However, I changed as well, and I didn't really want anything anymore. Greed itself seemed to decline for me, and I never really got excited for anything. That's why when my mother bought me these boot sandals, I was happy. I was fascinated by their nostalgic ultramarine color. Again, they are the ugliest boots I have ever seen. About 1 year after Mari disappeared, she stopped coming up in conversation. I don't know if my mother and father had accepted it as a tragic accident or if the sadness had slowly faded, but my new normal had begun. I had become an only child. But that is nothing more than an excuse I can't escape from. Mari, you're here, right? Finally, it seems my strength has returned and I stand up. Even though I asked, no answer will come. The thundering ventilation fan in the ceiling is the only sound I can hear. It was almost at the same time I stood up. Ah! Kia! A crack appears in the tank of the glass behind me. Since the glass doesn't make any noise when it splits, I realize it's broken when water splashes on my rear end. Why does this game keep saying rear end? Water continues to flow out, gradually spreading to my feet. The amount of water from the tank is more than just puddles after a heavy downpour. Along with the water flowing first, the jellyfish that had been in the tank until just a moment ago float out. In order to avoid contact with the water already soaking my sandals, I step back from the puddles without looking away. How? Why? As if to play further with my already bewildered mind, the tank behind me also cracks. This time, I hear the high-pitched noise of glass cracking. Following that, the tanks are each destroyed in turn. Being stuck in the middle of the passage, water is closing in on me from all sides, leaving me pressed in between. The edge of the water is steadily drawing near. What should I do? The words that slide from my mouth also flow away with the water. The colors of tanks that had once been so vibrant now seem eerie to me. Among these jellyfish are poisonous ones. Even worse, some of them are fatal. On thinking that, my legs begin to shake in fear. No. But no matter how frightened I become, I know I can't sit down. As if the area I'm in is shrinking, water and jellyfish are both heading towards me, and it's impossible for me to touch the floor. As you can see, this one's another red choice, so we're going to save. And since we already went through both of those ones, we'll save over our 5th save. We'll most likely only go back and do all of the non-fatal choices at the end. Whenever that is. Just because I think they only really determine a couple of things in one route that you don't get every time, I think. Okay, so we can either freeze or we can flee. I don't remember which one of these is the fatal choice. So, we're going to see what happens if we don't do anything. No, I can't think of anything. I'm becoming panicked. If I don't calm down, with my thoughts swirling around so frantically and getting even more confused, it's a vicious cycle. My sandals are getting dirty. It isn't the first thing that occurs to me, but regardless, it's my only clear thought. Puddles of water are gradually drawing closer, and I can't feel anything from the strange jellyfish. I feel my heartbeat speed up as my chest starts to hurt from nervousness. At this point, I have to run through without worrying about my sandals. Though they are sandals, the soles are strong. As long as the jellyfish don't jump, I probably won't get stung. Little by little, the safe spots are disappearing. I tightly pull my legs together, which makes me stagger. Kia! I don't like the Kia scream, because it always sounds bad. I let out a small scream and straighten up a bit. With nothing behind me to lean against, I'm just about cornered. I wonder if I'll die of jellyfish poison. Rocked by waves of blended nervousness and fear, I carelessly entertain that line of thinking. The meter gauging my fear must be in full tilt. I think with cool self-depreciation. You from earlier? Huh? The sudden yell confuses me. Upon looking in the direction of the voice, I see that the door has been thrown open and a man is standing there. It's this fucker. Shoot, why are your feet exposed? It can't be helped. It is definitely Hiyoshi-san. The man we had called names is now gently removing his shoes and tossing them over to me. My mind races as I catch them. They are thick-soled boots. Put those on and make your way over here. All the jellyfish floating there have deadly poison. Be careful. I take off my sandals and put my feet into his boots just as he tells me to. The size doesn't fit at all, and they are way too big, but not so big I can't walk in them. I cautiously take a step and, confirming it's all right, take my second and third steps toward him with my sandals in one hand. Thank you, very much. You can thank me later. For now, don't look around, just comes towards me. I know my breathing is increasingly rough and I get a little embarrassed. However, knowing some concessions will have to be made, I walk through the water and over the jellyfish. When I step on a jellyfish, I feel a squishing sensation through the shoes and shudder. There are shards of glass in the puddle, and that makes me want to thank Hiyoshi-san for being considerate enough to lend me such strong shoes. I can walk the remaining meter. Hiyoshi-san seems fairly close. Adjusting my breathing, I carefully take the remaining 3 steps. Ah! There is no mistake. In my carelessness, I have overlooked a transparent jellyfish at my feet. Even though I can't see it, I can clearly feel it in the baggy boots I am wearing throw off my balance. At this rate, I'll end up on my butt. If I fall now, all of the help I've received will be for nothing. Watch out! However, my body is supported by some strength that pulls me back. Hiyoshi-san's right hand is grabbed onto my left wrist. It was a close one. Just like that, I had been pulled out of the room with the broken tanks. As soon as I was out of danger, Hiyoshi gave a mighty pull and shut the fire door. Okay, so that was the correct choice. So, we are going to save and go back and see what happens if we choose the wrong one. So we know then this one, the bad choice is to run straight through. I have no choice but to run straight through. I no longer have time for doubt. At a glance, the door on the opposite side is closer than the one I came through. From here, the distance isn't too far to the interior door. Running at top speed should be good enough to reach that one. I hesitate for a moment, then grit my teeth and start off running. It's no more than 10 meters. It is a distance that should pose no trouble even for someone like me who tested below average in physical endurance. Same. Kya! When I had run about 5 meters, just having passed the 6th tank, I fall full force on my back. The floor is wet, so one might say this should have been expected. No, this is disgusting. The water soaks through my skirt and quickly soaks my underwear. The tank water is in direct contact with the skin on my rear. It is cold and wet, uncomfortable but unavoidable. When I put my hand on the floor to try to stand up, I discover that action is a mistake. Ouch! I squeeze my eyes shut at the pain that feels like I've been stabbed by a cold metal needle. No, it doesn't just feel like it. I have been stabbed by something. Have I been stung by? Shaking, I lift my line of sight to my hands. A jellyfish is covering my right hand. At that moment, I get upset that I can't feel the coldness of water around my right hand. I got stung. What do I do? Someone. The pamphlets introducing the jellyfish has gotten mixed up with the pieces of glass from the tank. Man of War. I noticed the name without much of a reaction, but it has to be poisonous to be called that. There have also been incidences of fatalities. Fatalities? Poison? What do I do if I've been stung? Do I clean it? Is it bad if I don't clean it? I can feel my pulse quickening. I wonder if it's the poison making its way through me. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? When I try to will myself to calm down, my impatience ramps up. Someone help me! Now we slowly fuzz out. Trying to use my pulsating right hand for support to push myself up, I slide in the puddle and can't stand. It hurts. It really hurts. I put water on the area where I'd been stung in an attempt to rinse it out. However, the opening of the wound stings and startles me. I need fresh water. Trying to apply pressure to the vein, I tightly grip the area where I'd been stung. Dad. Mom. Himeno. Mari. Wanting to be saved, I call out as loudly as I can. However, in reality, my voice has already grown hoarse. The corners of my eyes grow hot, and from them fall individual droplets. No, I'm going to die. My voice is no longer really a voice at all. Ah! Before long, an electric shock runs through my right hand. The subsiding of intense pain brings my senses back to me. But my voice will no longer come out. Even when I try to think of something, nothing happens except a sensation of pain whirling inside of me that fills me to the brim. Unable to control my body, I fall to the ground. First my head, then my chest, from my stomach to my feet. Having fallen on my face, half my body is submerged in water. My heartbeat quickens. I become acutely aware of the flow of my blood. Ugh. Unable to stand it, I vomit. The very idea of being able to endure it no longer occurs to me. Even so, the poison won't be expelled from my body. My entire being becoming numb is proof that my blood has been pumping so quickly it has worn down my veins. Wanting to rinse out the remaining vomit in my mouth, I suck in water. It tastes like salt. Within my body, I'm struggling with all I have. On the outside, my shell has long exceeded the limits of its stamina. Blood is soaking through the capillaries of my eyeballs, and the puddles spreading on the floor are pierced with red. Gradually, I stop feeling my blood flow. Is it because my heart has stopped? Or because my consciousness has disappeared? Either way, my consciousness stops and fades into the darkness. With the same simplicity that a ventilation fan spews out old air, my breath is evacuated from my body. When I come to, I'm still gazing into the cylindrical tank, vacantly thinking nothing other than, I wonder if something's in there. I just stare into that tank. I have neither the urge to call out nor the desire to walk away. Merely the sensation that my consciousness alone is floating along the rippling sea. Why on earth am I here anyways? What have I come here to do? Whether I can't remember or there was just no reason from the beginning. Familiar girl. The jellyfish are really pretty, especially this jellyfish. Its color is so bright. The voice that starts talking right in front of me catches my attention for some reason. I feel like I've heard it before somewhere. Well, who is it? I am unable to remember clearly, seeing only a wavering face that won't come into focus. Anyway, Mayu, where did she go? Mayu! That girl. She talked like she was looking for someone. Poor thing. If she's lost someone here, she probably won't find them. Wait a second. Where is this to begin with? Swaying, swaying, softly, softly. drop, the sound of drops, resonating all around me, gradually ceasing to care. My consciousness melts into the water. My form. So remember earlier in the game when it mentioned everyone who goes missing becomes a jellyfish in the tanks? It would appear that we have now become a jellyfish in one of the tanks. So, now, we are going to go back to where we picked the right choice earlier and pick the game back up there. Jet black, just like outer space. So this was what happens if we actually waited, and then the creepy guy from earlier saved us with the shoes. This is in front of the souvenir stand. More importantly, why are you here? Hiyoshi-san steadies me against the wall in front of the souvenir stand. The terror from a moment ago hasn't escaped through the heavy, dark gray emergency door. Isn't this meant an aquarium? Besides, before I met up with you, Hiyoshi-san, there was so much. Hiyoshi-san just stares at me in my flustered state. Alright, calm down, Mayu-chan. Don't chan her, you're still a creep. A wry grin appears on Hiyoshi-san's face, and he motions in front of the souvenir stand before sitting down. Today I have nothing but bad memories in relation to the floor, so I merely lean against the wall. The gacha machines are still here, but the whole lineup is new, and I don't know a single one of the products. So we've hit a break. Are we about to get another flashback, or no? Well then, have you calmed down a bit? Yes. Thank you very much, Hiyoshi-san. Yeah, I'm glad. And you can call me by my first name. I don't really care about who's older and who's younger. And of course, all three of our options are Hiyoshi-san, Hiyoshi-san, Hiyoshi-san. It's like, I don't even need to save on this choice because this is obviously not necessary, so we're just gonna click one and keep going. What is it you know about this aquarium, Hiyoshi-san? Jeez, I told you that you can call me by my given name. The wry grin appears again, but there's nothing I can do. I have some hesitation about actually calling an older guy by his given name, and I've only heard his first name once, so I don't really remember it. After that, Hiyoshi-san makes a serious face. I think of him as a light-hearted person, but as his mouth straightens, his face seems very focused. Well, it's fine. At any rate, there's only one thing I know. This is meant an aquarium, but it is not meant an aquarium. It's not meant an aquarium? Something like that. I don't know the principle or the cause behind it, but this meant an aquarium is on a distinct time axis from the one you and I visited earlier, Mayu-chan. That's what I think. I can't think of it as anything else. A different time? Whether past or present. You could even call it a parallel world, Hiyoshi-san adds. I can't understand what he's saying, not in the least. How do you know this, Hiyoshi-san? That is... Hiyoshi-san mumbles and snorts. He looks my way and smiles bitterly. Mayu-chan, didn't you meet Any friends or acquaintances from long ago? Huh? On the contrary, you didn't see any staff or other customers, did you? His words seemed very enlightened. I couldn't think of a single thing. After all, I had just come from that experience firsthand. However, there was something that bothered me as well. Yoshi-san had said long ago. Mari, who hadn't changed since that day, but then... why? I don't get it. That bit about long ago? Therefore, I rejected it. In doing so, I could affirm the fact that I had reunited with Mari. Is that so? It seems I said something a bit strange then. Kenji, everything coming out of your mouth is strange. As he looks away and says this, I have no response for him. Staying like that for a moment, Hiyoshi-san says, "By the way," and continues speaking. "I think that what caused the glass in the jellyfish tank to rupture was an expansion of gas from something within the tank. So the gas expanded and ruptured the tank from within? If we're thinking about the cause, right, since there's no staff in a space-time distortion, then it's not strange for the oxygen modulator here to break down. Then it wasn't the work of ghosts." To my murmuring, he had no answers. Even if we have to force ourselves, we should think positively, right? For us to come here, and there to be ghosts, it's not something I can take. Can we get back to our original time axis or something like that? We can get back, definitely. Hiyoshi-san asserts decisively without looking me in the eye. Once again, he starts the next topic with a quick, "By the way, that girl that was with you, the one who seemed into the occult and stuff, what happened to her?" "You mean Himeno?" Yeah, Himeno-chan. Weren't you together?" "Dude, stop chanting." I inflate my cheeks without thinking about it. When he notices, I become embarrassed and look down. I rest my hands on my knees and, moving them up and down, I say, "I don't know." You're a pretty easy read, Mayu-chan. Got into an argument, did you?" "It has nothing to do with you, Hiyoshi-san." "Still, you do get that there is something foul about this aquarium, right? Mayu-chan, you experienced that yourself." At his words, a pang of pain surges through my chest. That room with the rotten corpses, the sudden cranking of the tank at the jellyfish booth. When I think that the same accidents could happen to Himeno, I instinctively leap up. Speaking honestly, I have no desire to see Himeno's face, but knowing the whole aquarium is dangerous, I can't calm down. What ifs? Imagining possibilities alone makes me want to cry. Wait a second. Mayu-chan, you must be tired from all that's happened. Moving quicker than I do, Yoshi-san's hand holds me back. "I'll go look for Himeno-chan for you. I'm more knowledgeable about this place. You wait here." And what is it about this man's face that makes me not want to trust him? Like, this is not the face of somebody who I think I would trust with my drink at a party. As he says this, Hiyoshi-san gives a thumbs up. "It was a mystery to me. We had only just met today and had an inconsequential conversation, so I wondered why he had come to rescue me. He was even showing concern for Himeno. He was supposedly a total stranger, so why? Without hearing my response, he starts walking away from where the jellyfish booth was. His face and profile made me feel very reassured. Despite the reassurance, we have red choices. So we're gonna save. And overwrite. So I know what's about to happen, but I don't remember which one of these is the fatal choice. Let's see. Eeny, meeny, miny. I'll go. Please wait. I'll go. Somehow moving my heavy legs, I follow behind Hiyoshi-san. It would have been easier to leave it to Hiyoshi-san. However, Himeno is my best friend. Though I can't believe we had fought. That reality can't be changed, so I want to go get her. Since the souvenir shop is near the entrance, Hiyoshi-san heads towards the closest tunnel tank. If Himeno is still in the building, then we need to look everywhere for her. I might have picked the right choice on that one. I think it's when you say his name is when it happens, but we'll find out in a minute. I'm able to catch up with Hiyoshi-san before he enters the tunnel. I'm going too. Huh? Mayu-chan, I told you to wait there for me. I can't do that, because Himeno is my friend. On hearing that, Hiyoshi-san gives me a patronizing look while grinning at me. Looking into the tunnel from the outside, I realize it hasn't changed from the mountain aquarium I had seen earlier that day. Large fish like manta rays and sharks swim about. This is the tunnel tank. If you two went in order earlier, then shouldn't we start with the first exhibit? I nod. It's what Hiyoshi-san said is right. He adds, right, and then walks on. I notice something there and pull him back. Look, over there. I say as I point to an area nearby that's visible from the entrance. As the silhouette becomes clearer on close observation, I become frightened. Something hops freely from side to side. It bounces about the tunnel numerous times and stops itself. After bouncing up and down on the floor several times, it ceases to move, completely exhausted. Straining my eyes from far away, I can see that it is a fish. From what I can see from 10 meters away, it has sharp fangs and a body as thin as a rail. That might be a cutlass fish. Okay, yeah, so the previous one, I did pick the right one. So we are going to save really fast. Okay. Now we already went through both of the jet black like outer space choices, so we're going to overwrite that. And then we're going to go back and do the other choice. And then we'll come back and we'll see the cutlass fish. Now, in this one we said, wait, I'll go. And so now we're going to go back and try to plead with Hiyoshi. Please, Hiyoshi-san. Trusting in his masculine appearance, I bow deeply. It was as Hiyoshi-san had said. Trusting in his masculine appearance. I had very little stamina to begin with, and now fatigue was building up inside me. Deciding to stay standing up was good, as these heavy legs of mine were proof of. As for things with Himeno, it would be best to talk them through later. If we talked them over in this tense state, we would probably just get into another argument. Hiyoshi-san might even serve as our mediator. As expected in this glooming building, he didn't have to walk far before he disappeared. The sound of his gradually fading footsteps had also disappeared. The only thing I could hear nearby was my own breathing. That's why that high, roaring scream pierced right through my eardrums. Yeah! I'm not screaming. I'm not actually going to scream. It was a scream that it seemed to have echoed through every corridor. No, in and out of the whole building. It wasn't just someone shouting. It was someone crying out as if splitting apart their throat. The sense of impending danger that voice bore, my own throat began to tighten. That scream. That voice wasn't merely familiar. It was the voice of Hiyoshi-san, who had been right in front of me just 1 minute earlier. After that single loud scream, I could no longer hear his voice. Hiyoshi-san? I quickly stand up, running to the source of the scream. This place connects the tube tunnel booth and the souvenir shop. That's where I heard the voice coming from. I run towards the tunnel tank. Mayo-chan, I told you to wait there for me. More importantly, that scream a minute ago. Did something happen? Yoshi-san is sitting at the entrance of the tunnel tank, not far from the aquarium entrance. At my question, he gives the wishy-washy reply of, "You were worried about me. I'm so happy." Creep. No, it's a somewhat embarrassing story, but it looked like there was a person floating inside that tank. Under the circumstances, it just surprised me. A person in the tank. Speaking of which, Himeno mentioned something like that. But I'm glad. I thought you'd gotten caught up in some terrible situation like I had earlier. I was relieved from the bottom of my heart. Knowing that relief, I became aware of my own fear of being isolated again. Chuckling, Hiyoshi-san scratches his head. Say, Mayu-chan. I never got to hear the rest of what he was going to say. Huh? It all took place in a matter of seconds, leaving me unable to make sense of what had happened. However, I gradually realized what was unfolding before my eyes. From Hiyoshi-san's neck up, I could see through the tank. I didn't understand what I was seeing. In other words, his head was no longer where it should have been. Having lost a piece of himself so valuable to the human body, he collapsed slowly on the spot. From there, he never moved again. Soaking up the blue lighting, his reddish-black blood spread across the floor. No! I'm sorry, but her pose is kind of funny in this one. This time it was my turn to split my vocal cords. Why, how had he gotten like this? What could have happened to have left him in this state? Yoshi-san head tumbles along the ground and catches my eye. His eyes are wide and his pupil dilated. The grin I had seen hours earlier still spread across his face. There are marks at the nape of his neck, as if his head had been bitten clean off. Yoshi-san. I intended to run and leave the dead Hiyoshi-san. Whatever left those bite marks was still nearby. But I couldn't do it. It hurts. The area below my knees had become pitch black. My boots. Mom. There is no pain. Only the visualization of pain running through my mind. In spite of losing my legs, I can't actually feel the pain. Of course not. That body of mine has lost its legs. I'm watching it from a separate place. This subjective point of view would have been impossible while I was alive. My head was already like Hiyoshi-san's, just rolling around on the floor. The cold temperature of my blood. That was the last thing I felt. Right before I lost consciousness, I saw its unbelievable true form through the wavy mist of my fading vision. With many fangs and a giant body, it was a fish. Decapitation 1. I forget exactly how many bad endings there are in this game, but there's quite a few different ways you can die. Oh hey look, and we got a slightly different bad end screen. So we'll go back to the menu and then get back to where we left off. I'm thinking play for another hour or so. Maybe 2 hours. It'll kind of depend on how far we get today. And I haven't decided if I'm going to play again tomorrow or not. Tomorrow's a holiday, but we're not doing anything in my house. We're actually celebrating Thanksgiving on Saturday because it's going to be the day that everybody's off work. Okay. Oh, wait. Yeah, that's just where we were. We need to load this one. Yeah, I haven't decided if I'm going to do anything tomorrow or not. Alright. I have a feeling that if we just walk inside blindly, it's going to give us the same ending. So, let's see. At any rate, let's head inside. I suggest to him. Guess we should. It would be good to get a look at something forgot to hear the rest of what he was going to say. Huh. Yeah. From the neck up. No longer where it should have been. Never moved again. Yeah, I think this is going to give us the same ending. Okay. Yeah, so that's basically just the same ending you can get from 2 different decisions. So we'll run through this because I don't think there's going to be anything changed on this one. Yep, he's been decapitated. And now we're getting decapitated. Decapitation! Okay. I love how it's like the area below my knees have become pitch black, as in, like, I get what they're trying to say. It's trying to be a metaphor for losing the feeling in your legs. But it's also, that's a weird way to describe your head leaving your body. It was a fish. Yep, it was in fact a fish. So we will go back. Yep, that is the Decapitation 2 ending. So really all we got from that was just like a tiny bit of dialogue difference at the beginning, and everything else is the same. So we'll go back and we'll choose the correct answer this time. We haven't even gotten to some of my favorite bad endings yet. Because there's one that is like an actual genuine fear that I have. Okay. So, now we have to stop and get a better look if we want to continue. We should get a better look. After waiting near the entrance for several seconds, a fish resembling a cutlass fish bounces around the tunnel, then flops down on the floor, causing the amount of fish corpses on the floor to increase. The gathering of numerous fish scales reflects the fluorescent light back like a kaleidoscope. Though it is the same as the fluorescent lighting, the light reflected back is vivid, putting the sensation of the scale's slipperiness in my mind. Ugh, that's pretty creepy. Hiyoshi-san's lips curl up in disgust as he grumbles. I also thought it was creepy, but compared to the rotten corpse I'd seen earlier, that was as far back as I was allowed my memory to go. Could that be? In contrast to Hiyoshi-san, who had averted his eyes, I just continued to stare and was able to pick up on something. Those fish hopping around. They're coming from below. From that place that looks like a vent. From the beginning of the tunnel, the fish hop up intermittently. It doesn't appear as though they are going to stop, with a new fish popping up after a fixed interval of time passes. I don't actually know what a cutlass fish looks like, but I'm going to have to look that up and see if it's possible that they could slice someone's head clean off. The fish mechanically shoot out of the vent, ricochet about the tunnel at high speed, then finally, their vigor exhausted, die as they land in a pile on the floor. At the moment they fall, the fish's long, narrow bodies wriggle like snakes. They collide with the other fish as they cease moving, the next fish hopping to its death in the same manner. They are. Good eye, Mayumi-chan. So many strange things have happened that I'm probably becoming used to them. Unable to bear these strange circumstances any longer, a self-depreciating smile reaches my lips as I give a light laugh. Whoa. At the same time as a fish leaps up, Hiyoshi-san takes a handkerchief from his pocket and tosses it into the giant cylinder. The fish pierces the handkerchief once as it dances in the air. Then the fish passes through it a second and then a third time as it bounces repeatedly. In an instant, the fabric he tossed has become dust. On placing myself in the handkerchief's position, I subconsciously cover my neck. It shouldn't penetrate this. Himeno, not having a form should mean it isn't going through. A form, a dead body. I didn't want those words to pass my lips, but it was definitely as Hiyoshi-san had said. Mayumi-chan, you don't remember where you and Himeno-chan split up, do you? I look down and tilt my head to the side. I'm worried about Himeno. I can no longer make baseless statements like, Himeno is fine because she is Himeno. The reality is that if Hiyoshi-san hadn't rescued me, I'd no longer be in this world. There's no way I can let that happen to Himeno. I have to hurry and meet up with her, then find a safe place. Okay. Well, we need to do a once-over of the building. Hiyoshi-san knocks on a panel that is to the left if you are looking in from the entrance. I hear it make a hollow sound before he pushes the panel in. Making a rattling sound, the panel opens. This isn't just a display, but also a door. In contrast to the nature-reminiscent blue exhibit space before the door, mechanical gray hallway stretches before us. Dim, white fluorescent light flickers and fades on and off. Is this the staff passageway? Correct. When I came through here earlier, I saw some employees, so I was lucky it had been left unlocked. Could the fact that the lights are on mean that someone just came through here? Even if they had, that person would be aware of all the unusual phenomena here. Anyway, if we go through this passage, we can circumvent the tunnel and look for Himeno-chan. Alright. Hiyoshi-san walked ahead, taking several steps before I stepped in. I was hesitant about walking through the staff passageway without permission, but it was certainly better than going through the tunnel tank. Moreover, if we are able to come across a staff member, we might be able to gain some information about this mountain aquarium. Big sister. The staff passageway is approximately 10 meters, just wide enough that people can barely pass each other. Walking up ahead of me, Hiyoshi-san's shoulder width is so great that I wouldn't be able to pass him unless he turns sideways. So wait, is it 10 meters wide or 10 meters long? Because if it's 10 meters wide, then if his shoulders are so much that you have to turn sideways to get past him, dude must be built like a triangle. Dorito-looking ass. Alright, Captain Dorito, let's go. Even more than before, Hiyoshi-san seems stronger and more reliable than ever. Big sister. Huh? That voice that I thought was just in my head bore a silhouette the second time. It made me suspect that it was probably an optical illusion. Behind me, I was sure I had heard a nostalgic voice. What's up, Mayu-chan? Hiyoshi-san asks me without turning around. I squeak out that I'm fine and turn my attention to his back. Big sister. However, that was my confirmation. It was neither a visual nor auditory hallucination. Voice calling me. Mari's voice calling me big sister. Had definitely come from behind me. Mari! Unable to hold back, I let that name slide from my lips. The next moment I wanted to see Mari so bad I turned back. You can't, Mayu-chan. Eyes open wide in surprise as Hiyoshi-san plants himself firmly in front of me, arms spread wide. I had unconsciously backtracked to the passageway entrance, back to where we had started. Huh? Suddenly going back? Don't you remember where we came from? Where is Mari? I see. You moved without hesitation, as if you had been called, so I thought that's what it might be. Calm down, Mayu-chan, there's nobody there. Huh? But the voice. There is no voice, alright? Calm down. You have to calm down. His expression as he calls for me to calm down is frantic. A crease appears in his forehead as he strains his voice. I steady my breathing as I stand in fear of his threatening attitude. Breathing deeply, I keep my back against the wall of the corridor. As my determination rises, so does my body temperature. Listen, calm down. Calm down. Hiyoshi-san, I'm alright. Calm down. Oh. Are you alright? My words don't seem to be reaching Hiyoshi-san at all, as his eyes open wide and his voice rings out. Like a broken DVD player, he cannot move past that one syllable. Hiyoshi-san. I back up instinctively. However, as if he's completely unaware, Hiyoshi-san keeps yelling in a strange voice. Hiyoshi-san, please tell me you're okay. Aren't you? 3 meters away from Hiyoshi-san, I peer at him. He sways, his legs unstable, but he's definitely moving towards me. Kya! Almost at the same time, the strange voice stops. He falls over on the spot. As if his power supply had been cut off, he suddenly tumbles to the ground. The sound of him flopping to the ground sends a chill to my spine. I'm not familiar with what you would call ukemi. I don't know what that means. Ukemi, but I know the way he fell is dangerous. Does she mean, like epilepsy? Does she think he had a seizure? Are you injured? Sitting down, I extend a quivering hand. It's probably a bit rude to the person who saved me, but he would understand. For at this moment, the image of his strange behavior is seared into my mind. Even when I call out to him, there's no response. If I strain my ears, I can hear shallow breathing. Thank goodness he's alive. That alone is enough to satisfy me. There's something I can rely on within this mysterious aquarium. What in the world was all that? Still having my doubts, I am, for the moment, relieved. What should I do? I can't just leave him unconscious and defenseless while I proceed further into the staff passageway. On the other hand, carrying someone an entire head taller than I am is impossible. Hiyoshi-san, please wake up. I call his name over and over, but he still doesn't respond. I hesitate a bit, and then I touch his back. Putting all of my strength into it, I'm able to roll him onto his back. His body's now facing up with his eyes closed. His chest goes up, then down to form a breath. Hiyoshi-san! I can't make the distinction between whether he is just asleep or is passed out. I've never seen someone who has lost consciousness. I take deep breaths to keep myself from giving away to a panic. Other than the sound of Hiyoshi-san's breathing, the sound of machines running echo. Sometimes I can hear the sound of my own breathing. I'm alone. My awareness of the situation quickly turns to anxiety. I am all alone inside this incomprehensible mountain aquarium. The only other existence I can rely on, Hiyoshi-san, currently has his eyes closed. Hiyoshi-san, please wake up. Growing impatient, I shake his shoulders. He doesn't even moan. And his lack of reaction only increases my anxiety, so I call his name in a louder voice. This is getting to the part that I definitely remember playing. Whether or not my voice reaches him, his eyes flutter open. On closer inspection, he has distinct double eyelids. Thank goodness you're awake. Huh? Are you looking down on me too? Hiyoshi-san, what? I'm not gonna obey Mayumi. I'm not looking down on you or anything like that. You too! Screaming, he grabs my left ankle as I squat next to him. His strength is unthinkable compared to his gentle demeanor from only moments ago. His rough hands dig into my soft skin. Terror rages within my heart at this first brush with a man's real power. Please, stop. Wherever he seems to be losing grip on my legs, he tightens it more. Every time I verbalize my pain, his grip intensifies a little further. My concern for him is gone. Only the feeling of his rejection remains. You little... I realize that little by little he's pulling me closer to him. He really is that strong. I haven't done anything. Ow! Hiyoshi-san. Gripping my ankle tightly, Hiyoshi-san pulls himself up little by little. His chest is huge, and the muscles in his arm bulge to form a mountain shape. His face lacks the appearance of sanity, and his eyes are looking in different directions. They roll without end, seeming as if they will go completely white. Though I intended to put distance between us, I'm unable to do so. As if coaxed and pulled closer to him. No. Rejected. I'm being rejected. No one's doing it. You all... No. While standing himself up, he sluggishly lifts his left hand. His fingers point in my direction. There is no mistaking his intent to grab me with both hands. I'm filled with a desire to be free from him. This is what I was talking about earlier when I said he was actually a creep, because I remembered that this part was coming. And now this one has 3 choice options, so we can save over that. So, we can kick, we can shake, or we can call out. Now, one of these options is going to be an immediate kill. I think the other one has like a little bit of time and then kill, but I do not remember which one it is. So I'm going to call out frantically. Hiyoshi-san, what's wrong? Please come back. After what he's done to me, I still resist using violence against Hiyoshi-san. Of course, I take into account that my strength would be no match for his. More than anything, he had saved me at the jellyfish booth. The one who saved my life. My only thought is that I have to save him. Gah! Hiyoshi-san, calm down. It's all right. It's all right. You all. Ouch! Ignoring my attempt to calm him, his large arm tenses, shooting out towards my leg. This is bad at this rate. Okay, and a save, and a yes. So we can shake, kick, or call his name. I know for a fact that calling his name is going to be the bad choice. Hiyoshi-san! Even so, I wanted to save him. This isn't something that comes from some sense of duty or ethics. Just for myself, I want to save him. You all... After all, you won't even... As he scales my body, I somehow keep him from grabbing both legs. Thanks to the fact that he's distracted, I'm somehow able to get through the moment without being grabbed. You won't even... Hiyoshi-san, what exactly do you... You all won't look at me. His words get caught up in my chest. You won't look at me. This thought seems to have etched into his deranged mind. However, denial comes first in my mind before any questions. That's not true, because if I weren't looking at you, I wouldn't be thinking that I want to help you now, would I? You... Well... Hiyoshi-san! Hiyoshi! I call his name. It isn't enough, so... Okay, here we go. So, I remember his name is Kenji. But you don't get his actual name in this bit until you've beaten the game. So, we're gonna call him Shinji. Get in the robot. Shinji-san! Having been called by his name, the hand reaching towards me slowly lowers. Although the hand clutching my leg does not loosen, it is correct to say he has stopped. Gah. See? Kenji. Huh? Me, please look at me! Kya! Having suddenly broken his silence, Hiyoshi-san grabs onto my right leg with both hands. He pulls me towards himself with a strength that feels as though it could rip my leg apart, scraping the floor and coming closer to me as I resist. No, please stop. Me. I want you all. You all too. Ow. It hurts. It hurts. Grabbing the, no, I'm not reading that out loud. Remember when I said he's a creep? Because I knew this part was coming? Grabbing onto me, he bites at me with the same vigor he had attacked my leg. With sensation as if I'd been pricked by a single needle, my skin bristles in sync with the flow of my blood. All four of his sharpened cuspids pierce my flesh, biting into me. Viscous red liquid runs down along the contours of me. Yeah, I'm not reading some of this out loud because it's a little bit weird. Let me go. All the same. No, get away from you two. No. His white teeth are dyed red with my blood. Once his cuspids are completely covered in red, a satisfied expression appears on his face and he removes the teeth he had pierced me with. Yeah, ha. Hiyoshi-san wipes away the blood trickling down with his tongue. Ew. Yeah, remember when I said he's a creep? Sliding sensation creeps up my thigh, causing a... Yeah, gross. This is it. This is good. That reaction. No, no, no. With a look of ecstasy on his face, he stares down at me. The hand clutching my leg is let go, but my whole body has gone limp. I am aware that the area around the wound is gradually going numb. It's similar to the feeling of receiving anesthesia at the hospital. Even though I want to move, even though I want to run, my body won't listen to a thing I say. This is all you're good for. Please stop. If you won't look at me, I'll do this, even if it's bad, in exchange. Stop. I can never take the evil laugh seriously. For I realize that I've lost consciousness. Whether loss of blood was the cause or my heart, there's no one around to tell me the answer. Floating in darkness, I can no longer see. My eyes refuse to open. That's because this is, so to speak, the end of me. Misguided. So you more or less get that same one no matter which name you call him, unless you've beaten the game enough to get the correct one. Yeah, I told you he was a creep. So we're going to go back to the menu, and I'm going to not go through the other bad versions. And we're going to try to get away from Kenji. Once we get away from Kenji is going to be when we start getting into some of the areas. Let's see. Yeah. Once we've gotten past him is when we'll get to more of the endings that I really like. So, I'm going to kick about frantically. No. No. In time with my words of rejection, both of my legs jerk frantically. At any rate, I don't think I can take it if he grabs my right leg, so I struggle with all my might, not even worrying about whether my skirt flips up. He is as strong as before, but his movements are slow, somehow allowing me to continue my resistance. Nevertheless, between the pain and my resistance, my stamina is fading rapidly. Before I realize it, my haggard breath is louder than a machine's motor. Don't reject me. You should be more accepting. And you should die. Hyoshi's words give me an unchanging, disordered image. Whether he's given up on grabbing my other leg or not, his body leans towards me. The upper half of my body falls back, but he quickly yanks my leg and throws off my balance. Kya! Upon hearing me let out a scream, the corners of his mouth twitch. He's enjoying this. He's enjoying watching me lose the ability to resist. His expression makes this clear to me. One more thing has become clear to me, that is that I can no longer see him as the Hiyoshi-san I once knew. I'm sorry. Even so, my conscience is tugging at me. My words of apology are proof of that. I use the heel of my boot to kick Hiyoshi-san, who pulled himself up in the nose. My skirt flutters up and I reflexively hold it down. Gah! Yeah, Pain, you just came back at like the best point. You missed all of the really gross innuendo stuff in the last bad end route that we got during this part. It's grody. Welcome back. Seizing the opportunity, Hiyoshi-san yanks my left leg hard towards himself. Whether it is because of his hesitation or not, my other leg slides free of his right hand. A single line of blood trickles from his nose. The heels must be harder than I thought. Ah! Upon seeing the blood, I shut my eyes immediately. However, I realize I no longer have the luxury of instinctually worrying about him. Pulling myself upright, I break into a run in order to escape him. In no time, he has moved in front of me. I want to get away from Hiyoshi-san. With that one thought, I decide to go in a direction unknown to me. Kicking me, isn't that impudent? Could the stench on the soul of that shoe be Ruka? Or is it Miki? I hear him say after getting about 5 meters away from him. I quickly regret turning back. Feels good, does it? That's fine. That's just fine. Yoshi-san yells, writhing on the floor. The transformation of the one who had rescued me is too devastating. Even so, there is no changing the fact that he tried to hurt me. I understand somewhere in my heart that, through no fault of his own, he is no longer sane. The desire to protect my own body is winning inside of me. I'm sorry, but as I shut my eyes, I turn away from Hiyoshi-san. I'm sure he isn't looking at me anymore. In other words, he's no longer conscious of anything. His voice attempts to stop my fleeing legs many times, but no matter how fast he is, I've already decided to head for the exit of the staff passageway. As soon as the door is between us, I put my ear against it and listen to the sounds in the passageway I just left. However, it is only my own violent pulse and not Hiyoshi-san going crazy that I can hear. Honestly, I almost feel relieved. Being separated like this leaves me feeling worried about him, but at the moment I don't have time to spare. I wonder if this is wrong. It's natural that I'd have these doubts, I say over my shoulder. The only thing to respond to my words is the wind rustling my hair. That's right. This is... Finally, I begin to confirm my location. This place is semi-outdoors and even colder than the passageway. Despite the fact that it's summer, I shiver instinctively. Below eye level, there are several plastic chairs in a row. In the center of the chairs, which are lined up like dolls on a tiered stand, is a stage, a little smaller than a school classroom. Bowls and buckets are lying atop it. In the center of the stage is something resembling a small shed. A stage. That's right, for things like the sea lions. A stage. One facility that no aquarium should lack. Debatable, but we're not going to get into the ethics of things like SeaWorld right now. From kids to adults, the show is something everyone can enjoy. This small city aquarium, Manton Aquarium, still has a stage despite its size. Looks like it hasn't been used in a while. Upon muttering this, doubt enters my mind. Yoshi-san said this place was on a shifted time axis, but even so, each section just feels too different. The Fish of the World booth, where the first strange phenomenon occurred, the jellyfish booth in the tunnel tank. Thinking back on them in order, they each felt like their own distinct time period. The countless fish that decayed, the immensely entrancing beauty. With each new facility I entered, the look changed. Ridiculous. There can't be. I start to say, then shake my head. I don't know how many things I had thought impossible have come to pass here. This crazy theory. Perhaps. Never mind. I have to find Himeno. Pushing my doubts to the edge of my mind, I head down the stairs for the guest seating toward the stage. Huh? This is... About halfway to the stage, I find a booklet on top of a seat that is thick enough to contain about 50 pages. I think once you get to 50 pages, it's not a booklet anymore, it's just a book. Menton Aquarium Guidebook. It's written on the front cover. That's all I see, just the name and nothing else. This has a map inside. I suddenly realize as I am finishing my sentence. Since Himeno has our map, this is definitely going to come in handy. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and save. Let's see. We'll save over the last Hiyoshi interaction we had. Now this isn't going to be a fatal choice, you can see, because the selections are blue. So I'm going to go ahead and read the map and try to get an idea of where we are. Thumbing through the pages, I see that it has an introduction to Menton Aquarium. Other than that, there are bits of trivia about the fish on display. Like the piraruku is the biggest freshwater fish, or that orca communicate using ultrasonic waves. I want to read through this later. Okay, so looking at the map, 4 is the tunnel tank, and 1 is the entrance. So, I think 5 is the jellyfish area. Yeah, I think 5 is the jellyfish area. And we're in 16, which it says is the stage area. So, let's see. I'm not entirely sure what areas 6 through 12 are. Let's see. But I imagine we'll find out where everything is soon. Though I don't want to depart with the guidebook, I detach the map from it. Not knowing what might happen, I come to the conclusion that I don't want to carry anything bulky. I mean, it shouldn't be that bulky, but you also don't have a bag. Okay. Suppressing my desire to sit down and read it, I return the guidebook to the seat. Staff room. There might be someone there. On weeknights, they hold the adult-targeted Menton Aquarium Exploratory Tour. It supposedly shows off the other side of Menton Aquarium. For that expedition, the pathways that customers are normally unaware of are printed in the guidebook. According to the map, there appears to be a staff waiting area. It seems they don't stop there on the exploratory tour, but the place itself is printed on the map. If I go there, someone may be there. Looking at the map, I wonder which way I should go as I follow the route. It seems there are 2 paths to the staff room. The first path is through the passageway I went through earlier. The other seems to be through an underground passage connected to the inside of the shed on the stage. Even though it's labeled as underground, it is more accurate to say that it is 1 floor down. I still don't know how Hiyoshi-sen is, so I think I should take the latter path. I'm scared, after all. Himeno, where are you? Lowering my defenses, these weak-hearted words well up inside me. I mumble them as I step onto the stage. Following those words, anxiety descends upon me. I am right here. This is one of my favorite of the bad ending choices. No way, Himeno! I doubt that voice, which seemed ready and waiting on me, was an illusion. No way. That's cruel, Mayu. Himeno! I can hear Himeno's voice, but I can't see her. Where is she? I think as I glance about the stage. Himeno is nowhere to be found. That's right, inside the shed. When the shed at the end of the stage enters my line of sight, I head for it at double speed. The floor is wet enough that it seems I should slip, but somehow I hold on and move forward. The inside of the shed is as if a waiting area and a warehouse had been combined into one room. The fishy stench is probably from the stains from food used during shows. In the past, I had seen a fish thrown to a sea lion that caught a ball with its nose. It's about to get gross. I'm warning you now. Himeno. At the edge of the shed, in a plain metal chair against the wall, Himeno is leaning against the back in what appears to be a state of total exhaustion. You... I have so much to say to you, Himeno, because I... Seeing her face, any thoughts of our argument are completely blown out of existence. Words that found no form are forever pushed away. The fact that she is all right, all on its own, makes me happy. It's fine. First of all, calm down. Himeno, what's wrong? Mayu, don't make that face. There's nothing to worry about. I have a lot of things to say to Himeno, but my words get caught in my throat. Seeing Himeno breathing heavily, my own pulse quickens. As I stand there forgetting how to breathe, Himeno lays a hand on my chest. Even when she had a cold, Himeno would still come to school with a smile on her face. When she got injured at club, she wouldn't take time off from gym class. That's not a good thing. I'm just saying. That's why, even in this aquarium, I thought somewhere in my heart that Himeno would be fine. If only we could reunite. Surely she'd lead with a smile. We'd go home side by side. That had been my hope. I'm sorry, Mayu. I don't think I can make it. It's so easy for Himeno's soft complaints to punch me right in the heart. With just that one phrase, I dropped to my knees in front of her. Hime. Mayu, get up. I won't. No, because... I shake my head at Himeno's words. I can't remain standing, not while seeing my precious friend like this and hearing her frail voice. Every time Himeno speaks, she spews white nematodes from her mouth. I am not sure if she's aware of it or not, but thin creatures that look like mealworms wriggle at her feet. I warned you, it's going to get gross. With a clatter, Himeno seems as if she might fall from the chair. I support Himeno from under her arm, propping her up. Thank you. Don't thank me, Himeno. What happened? Himeno's body's hot. Same as when I had my 104-degree fever. No, higher than that. I'm glad I got to see you again, but I didn't want you to see me in this... Unable to finish what she was saying, Himeno coughs up several nematodes along with some spit. I don't want to see it. Not necessarily because it is weird or disgusting. I just don't want to see Himeno this way. Himeno, let's go to the hospital. We'll eat ice cream, alright? That's probably impossible now. Hearing the words that had fallen instinctively from my mouth, and Himeno smiles back at me. Even as I ignore the lie in Himeno's smile, I still become aware of it. It's not impossible. Mayu. It's not impossible. I'll take you to a hospital, okay? So, let's go. Thanks. That you feel that way. Fills me up. Okay, Payne, see ya. Yeah, I'm probably gonna be finishing up here in a little bit, so may not see me until later. It's not just my feelings. Got it, Himeno? Can you stand? Don't overdo it, okay? Mayu? That's right. I wanted to apologize to you, Mayu. In an attempt to lend her my shoulders, I take Himeno's arm, but she quickly brushes me off. Himeno's hands are shaking. Despite this, she reaches into her pocket and pulls out the keychain. That's... Yeah. By the way, when I thought back to when I picked it up, it most likely wasn't yours, Mayu. I'm such an idiot. You're not. It was because I didn't listen to all that you had said, so... Because I was so convinced you had dropped it, Mayu. Thinking back... She's repeating the same thing over and over. Himeno's consciousness must be getting hazy. Every time Himeno gets choked up, she vomits up viscous sputum and lively bugs. Even so, I can't look away from Himeno. I get the feeling that if I don't look at her face, I will never again see her smile. I don't think I'm being overdramatic or anything of the sort. Since I had never heard of someone throwing up bugs. Here, you take it, Mayu. What? This keychain? Yeah, there seems to be no mistake. Someone dropped it. That's why. Give it back to them. Give it back, We're going back together, right? Mountain Aquarium is small. Surely we'll find them right away, won't we? Jeez, Mayu, you idiot. Can't you tell by looking? There's no way I can go home. No, don't, Himeno. If you say that, it'll come to pass. Himeno places the keychain in my palm and softly places her hand once more on my shoulders. She moves her hands from there to the back of my head, then, with such a light, feather-like sensation, she pulls me close to her. Himeno. Mayu, get home. No matter what. That hug lasts only a few seconds. Then Himeno lightly pushes me away. I couldn't take it if I infected you. Or, just leave me here. Right as the end of her sentence fade away, her head flops forward. No way. No way. Himeno's body, with her eyes shut and not even one fingertip moving, is hot. Even so, Himeno won't turn her smile my way. She won't respond to my voice. No way. There's just no way. Without a second thought, I hold Himeno. She said I might get infected, but that doesn't matter to me. Having welled up inside her mouth, nematodes crawl about Himeno's puffed up lips. Experiencing feelings of intense denial, I wipe away a nematode and crush it. A murky green liquid remains on my finger. I quickly rub it off on the floor. She's moving? With her chest so close to mine, I can feel a pulse. No mistake, it is a heartbeat. Pulling away from Himeno, my trembling hand somehow lands on her left breast. Having sunk into the softness, I definitely feel a pulse that's going ba-bump, ba-bump. Not beating the gay allegations. But, yeah, she's alive. Himeno, I'm so glad. Just like that, I forget about rubbing off the filth and sit down. Even with the bugs getting into her body, as long as she is alive, I think it can work out somehow. I won't even consider the possibility of it not working out. But I can't think of a concrete way to save Himeno. With my completely blank mind, there is only anxiety and fear. Having slumped more than sat down, a third person's voice reaches my ears. Anisakis and Pseudoterranova Filomentra that aren't supposed to infect humans. I wonder what exactly could cause something like this to happen. If the situation wasn't what it is, I would immediately preserve some of them in a petri dish. What? From behind me, a cold voice interrupts my thoughts. In contrast with the feverish Jimeno, that voice clings coolly to the nape of my neck. It is a woman's voice I've never heard. This bitch. It's a pity I cannot collect this precious sample. I don't have the luxury of time right now. I must find that child quickly. My, what a cute girl. What is it? Might you have come to the aquarium to have fun with your friends? Aquarium? This is meant an aquarium, right? That's right, me and Jimeno. So this girl, she's called Jimeno-chan then. The woman looks to be in her 30s, her blue eyeshadow leaving quite the impression. Her appearance, coupled with her calm manner of speaking, both tell me she must be quite mature. I mean, speaking from experience, 30s isn't really that mature. Her light-colored hair is collected into an updo, and her suit is impeccably chosen. Those clothes, could you be an aquarium staff member? Yes, I am Saginuma Reiko. Wait, it's Saginuma Rieko. At this aquarium I am, I suppose, a representative of the director. Like a vice director? A little bit different. It would take some time to explain. More importantly, you should move away from Jimeno-chan. Huh? The woman called Jimeno by name, with a coquettish tone. It gives me the expression of being very forced. Crossing her arms as she looks down at me, the woman narrows her eyes. Would it be easier for you if I use the word infection? You have a wound on your leg, don't you? It's as if their fertility is intensified, meaning there are probably eggs amongst all of that as well. What? She doesn't appear to be dead, but it is only a matter of time. You can no longer save Jimeno-chan. Please wait a second. It's fine to leave her like that. After I finish my business, I'll take her with me as a sample. The corners of Saginuma-san mouth widen as she says this. My fear of this woman is even greater than my anger at Jimeno being referred to as a sample. Even though someone right in front of her eyes might die, she is smiling. How in the world can she make that face? Because I can't understand. Saginuma Rieko-san seems terrifying to me. Please wait. If you're a member of the staff, then can't you take me to this building's first aid room or call an ambulance or something, since Jimeno's alive? It seems that you care for Jimeno-chan a great deal. So, try to imagine this. If you die because of her, think about how Jimeno-chan would feel. Jimeno is alive. Please don't say something like that. I'm begging you, please save Jimeno. I am not a doctor. It's not possible. Moreover, I don't think the rescue workers would want to respond to such a hopeless call. Saginuma-chan says this bluntly in a cruel voice. Her voice is colder than the first time I heard it, like water that is frozen over. She can't be saved anymore. Every time those words come from her mouth, my pulse grows louder and quicker. My blood is rushing through me fast enough for my veins to be worn down from within. That's not good enough. Please, save her. Please save Jimeno. Before I know it, I'm facing her and pleading. However, my desperate pleas are being shattered by her cruel smile. I don't like disobedient children. I also have work to do. Important work. That matters. You have work? This place isn't normal. Isn't that something a staff member should get? After fear makes a lap through me, I push aside my emotions. Leaping over my fear and anxiety towards this woman, I wholeheartedly just want to save Jimeno. Not normal? Whatever do you mean? As aquariums also serve as research institutions, the situation itself isn't normal. Now, is it? I don't understand at all. That's enough. No matter how much time I spend here, it won't help. If you wish to join me, you are free to do so. Free to join you? Saginuma-san, aren't you staff here? Are you saying that you don't know anything about this aquarium filled with nothing but phenomena? I don't understand a word of what you're saying. Are these good things? I'm telling you, I'm going now. If you wish to die along with her, then just sit there, staring about like that. Later, I'll study you in full as well. Though one sample is more than enough. I shudder as a chill runs up my spine. I am finally able to understand that this isn't a joke. She is saying she sincerely doesn't care about whether Himeno lives or dies. Wait, please. You have wasted enough of my time. I must hurry up and find that child. The last bit of what Saginuma says is inaudible as she runs out from the small room on the stage. Being neither harmful nor harmless, that's the type of person she is. Thinking she could point me down the one path that leads away from Himeno and I dying together. With just one phrase, I am thrust down to rock bottom. Himeno can't be saved. That single phrase bounces around my head numerous times. No. No, no. Turning it over in my head with such frequency, the truth Saginuma-san had stated is becoming engraved upon my heart. I can no longer hear the click-clack sound of her high heels. Instead, what resonates is the sound of drops falling from my eyes. If you're having doubts, then just die. Huh? Who? It is a girl's voice. Much younger than Saginuma-san. Around the same age as me, in fact. I turn towards the voice, coming a short distance away from where I'm holding Himeno. A slender girl who's a little taller than me, with eyes a slightly different color than Saginuma-san's cold eyes. I would call yellow and blue a bit more than slightly different. Like, just a little bit. Anyways, different color than Saginuma-san's cold eyes, looks down at me scornfully. Her long hair is tied back, dangling behind her like a tail. She's a bit different from Himeno, but still a girl in fashionable attire. I watch her with cautious interest as she glares at me. What's this, all of a sudden? Who knows? I'm just annoyed with you, since I hate people who are so wishy-washy. Wishy-washy? You think you can just show up and know how I'm feeling? I don't know. I'm not interested. I feel irritated at this girl who knows nothing of my circumstances, showing up with all of these complaints. To think that Saginuma-san left to know this. She's directing her futile impatience at me as well. The girl is calm but speaking fast. Hearing such a tone, I can't go on without saying something back. If you're not interested, then why did you speak to me? More importantly, you haven't gotten swept up in anything dangerous, have you? Who knows? What's with that answer? Just say what you want to say. How mean. This girl started speaking to me. I'd raised hope somewhere inside of me. I briefly hold out hope that she's talking to me because she knows some way I can save Himeno. That's why I begin to feel something more than just irritation towards this girl who's come to kick me while I'm down. That girl's gonna get eaten up by bugs and die, right? But parasites aren't all that quick or efficient. What are you? Because it's in this Manton aquarium she will die. If it were me, that's what I would think. Then what are you saying? My heart begins to beat faster at her words. Now I regret placing so much hope in this girl. Nevertheless, from her way of speaking, could it be that if you get out of here, there may be a way to cure her? If it comes down to crying and dying, I would fight back rather than giving in. Cure her? Just now you said cure her. Really? But that staff member earlier said she could no longer be saved. I don't know. There's no guarantee she could be saved. But the one who said she couldn't be saved was an employee of the aquarium, right? Not a doctor. Not a doctor. She seemed like she knew a lot about parasites, but sure enough, that woman was not a doctor. She said so herself. Also, the girl said something previously that caught my attention. Earlier, you said that this meant an aquarium, right? What is this place? If you know, then tell me. Don't take me for a fool. But I don't know. Since this is an aquarium where nothing but dangerous things happen, I want to know how to get out of here. I can't save Jimeno. Which path you take is completely up to you. I don't have any more time to worry about other people. I'm just saying that if it were me, I wouldn't quit until I was dead. Upon making her blunt assertion, the girl heads for the innermost part of the shed. Somehow, in contrast to the employee earlier, she has entered from the side of the stage. If you don't have time, then why are you encouraging me? Encouraging me. Upon saying those words, I get an awkward feeling. The cutting assertions she made in a blunt tone and the words she said to me weren't exactly kind. However, I found them kind in the moment. It isn't that I can't save her, nor is it guaranteed that I can. Having received even a small amount of hope, my tears have stopped. I told you already, I was just getting annoyed. Without looking back, the girl walks away. Sitting on the ground, huddled close with Jimeno, I think over the two possibilities in my mind. Since it's unlikely that I can save her, should I just stay with her a second longer? Or should I believe that girl's words and escape from this danger-filled aquarium? Two possibilities, balancing on a scale. But it is 1 o'clock, and I am very hungry. I would like to eat some lunch. I'm going to save this game here, because I know which one of these options is going to get us back to the game. So we are going to go back to the title screen. Alright, and I'm going to call that here today, and we may play more tomorrow, I may not. It's going to entirely depend on just what I'm feeling in the morning because of the holiday and all that. But I will see you then, and we will continue our journey through Mountain Aquarium. Bye!